What is that, chocolate?
Whoop.
Is that chocolate?
Oh, pop.
Oh, Pop-Tart. Okay, that's okay. Good, healthy stuff. Hey, you ruined my stuff with your eating. Hey, TikTok, time to rock. Mr. Bukhari. Mr. Bukhari. He says late. And now we have excuses and more nerd excuses. All right, look at this. If you say Mike Winger is always on time, then they might never be on time again. That's true. Hey, look at this. Where's the ICC to condemn this? I'm going to need humanitarian. I'm going to need humanitarian aid pizza if this continues. Being late is Palestinian. Oh, that's what we should tell AP.
Oh yeah. I think I'm going to change after hearing that.
Hey, so AP, have you seen that some people are not trusting Dawah guys anymore? No, weird.
Why would you not trust Dawah guys?
Hey, look at this. I bet AP was late to all his daily prayers when he was a Muslim. Is that true?
No.
No? Oh, okay. Hey, that's interesting though. So Muslim AP is more on time than agnostic AP. I almost call it.
There's one thing that I agree with. You said Muslim AP is a moron. So
unacceptable. Let's see. Daniel Hakikachu is definitely one of the funniest Dawah guys. Mojob's still top, but Daniel low-key kills me. I don't know. Who is the funniest? That's hard, man, if you're talking about just the funniest. And what do you mean? Like intentionally funny? Like funny personality? Or like even if he's trying to be serious, he's still funny? Because Daniel's not funny like just like personality-wise. Occasionally he'll say something funny. But he's funny when... What's that? Go ahead.
I think Mohammed Hijab definitely still gets the funniest guy cake.
Funniest
Dawah cake.
You mean intentionally funny?
Unintentionally mostly, but also sometimes intentionally. So.
Yeah, and they're all funny though. It's like, and I mean, think the Muslim cowboy. Oh my goodness, how many tears of laughter have been shed in these streams with these viewers going through the Muslim cowboy clips.
So many tears.
This is true stuff. Anyway, guys, we're going to take a look at that little poll. It was in the thumbnail. You've seen it. We're going to take a look at that little poll. And then we're going to go through some tweets. We're going to go through some video clips, and we're going to see if we can if we can figure out why no one's trusting these Dawah guys anymore.
Do you know that song So Many Tears? It's actually based on Dawah guys.
Dude, Ali Dawah, hilarious. Muslim cowboy, hilarious. Muhammad Hijab, hilarious. Hey, this is a pattern here, dude. Muhammad Hijab, hilarious. Daniel Hakikachu, hilarious. Sajid, not funny at all. Not funny at all. Fareed, not funny. Not funny. Now think about this, because we've been trying to figure out why these guys are way more popular, and we're thinking it's like a lot of the antics and stuff. What if it's just that these guys are funnier? I don't know, man. We could be onto something.
Just so many tears.
All right, guys. Let's take these first couple of super chats real quick, and then we're going to jump right into a tweet. A little poll I did, and then we're gonna see why we're getting the results.
I lost so many years, lost so many tears.
David, can Christians believe in human evolution? If so or not, can it reconcile with humans' origins in Genesis? Disagreements? What's your stance on it? Genuinely curious. Also, thank you for everything. Can Christians believe in human evolution? Yes, of course.
I can say they definitely can believe in it, but should they believe in it? So
yeah, that's the question. And that question would be connected to the second. What AP just said would be connected to the second question. Can you reconcile that with Genesis and so on? Yes, you can just have a different view of Genesis. Now, the question is how you go about reconciling all this. Like people will say, "Oh, we can cram lots of extra years into this little gap right here," and you have other people who say that Genesis isn't really trying to give you a full account of history. So the idea on one end of the spectrum, the people who would take it as using just massive literary devices, the theory would go something like this. Imagine some missionaries, right? Imagine some missionaries going to some lost tribe. And suppose they find this lost tribe in South America, in a South American jungle somewhere. So totally lost tribe back there. And they meet this lost tribe and they're saying, hey, lost tribe, how do you believe that the universe got here and so on? How do you believe that we're all here? And suppose this lost tribe describes a story that they have about how the universe grew out of a tree. Right. So there's this cosmic tree and it gave and like the tree and the fruit on the tree are all these worlds and stuff like that. Suppose they had some story like that. What would your job as a missionary be? Would it be to correct the whole story, saying, no, you got all that wrong? Or would you basically be saying, hey, that's fine, but just God did it. God made that all grow. God gave rise to all that. That's some people's view of Genesis. In other words, it's as far as like the creation, it's not trying to give you an accurate picture. It's taking things that people believed and saying, hey, God did that. And that's what they were concerned about. You understanding that the one creator God is the one who did these things. I don't actually have an official position on all this. I don't have a particular position. So with that said, I wouldn't actually defend a position. I'm totally interested in like having other people like who do have an official position saying, this is my official position, the one that I think is right. I've basically held almost every position you can think of. So I've been an atheist. I've been an atheistic evolutionist, a theistic evolutionist, a young earth creationist, an old earth creationist. I've held every position, and I kind of, at some point I realized, well, I shouldn't be picking positions unless I've like thoroughly, really, really examined it. And I just haven't. So I wouldn't take a position right now.
This reminds me of that very wonderful response that we would get in school when somebody says, can I go to the toilet? And then the teacher says, I don't know, can you? Or we had a very special guy who would say, I don't know, I'm not a doctor.
Hey, I don't like you flashing at 100 there, man, when I'm maxed out at 70 here. Unless I gather some coins together, I don't know. But it's like you're showing off.
I studied everything about the 100. There is depicted here is a poet, Leah Goldberg, who's very, very famous. And stuff.
Oh, this one has the famous Jewish lawyer, Lawyerstein. I saw that that was in a skit, but the lawyer's name was Lawyerstein. I thought I don't know why that cracked me up. Kay here wants pizza. That makes a bunch of us. I wouldn't trust Dawah blank to tell me the time. That's true. They've got me to the point where they could tell me 2 + 2 is 4, and I would have to rethink whether 2 + 2 is 4 because a Dawah guy was saying it. Guys, sorry for the Masna Amini joke I made. We don't understand most jokes, Tarun, so you're pretty safe.
What's a joke?
Your joke. Atheism's a joke. Melissa says, have y'all seen the show on Peacock about the Muslim punk band? It's called We Are Lady Parts.
I actually saw it. I didn't watch it all, but I saw the trailer and I thought, wait a minute, this looks hilarious. So I did watch like one episode or so, but didn't continue. I kind of wanted to look into it. It's a little like a girl band made up of Muslim immigrants in the UK, I think.
Is it documentary style or is it like a
No, no,
fiction?
no. It's fiction. It's kind of a fiction comedy thing. It seems kind of interesting. It's like unconventional, but I haven't watched it any further.
Now, what is peacock? The peacock is the symbol for NBC. So
Yeah,
does this mean NBC or just an offshoot of? Is that a different NBC channel?
it is. It is on NBC. It is. Peacock is the NBC streaming service, and it's streamed
See,
there.
this is a situation. This is a situation where we should get together, watch like binge watch the entire series, and then make a reaction video. That's the situation where you do that.
Maybe we should. Apparently, there's 2 seasons now.
Oh,
Interesting.
see, they're already in the second season. What do you think the second coming of Jesus would look like if you had to guess? I wouldn't even guess. I wouldn't even guess because whatever I would guess, I would assume that I would be wrong about that. I would say I think it's going to be obvious, but that's about it. Muslim cowboy causes me pain. A madman he is. Yeah, well, fortunately, we're going to get to the Muslim cowboy in some of this. We're going to be checking out some Muslim cowboy here. Anyway, we have more super chats to go through, but I do want to get into this because we have some interesting, fun things to go through. All right, AP, have you seen this awesome? Have you seen this awesome poll I did? Where is it? Here we go.
On Twitter.
Yeah. Now look at this. Because I know for a fact I have lots of Muslims who visit my page and stuff like this because they always complain about stuff I say. But we had 1,681 votes here. And I asked a simple question. Who is least likely to tell the truth if you ask him a question? Who is least likely to tell the truth? So who is most likely to lie, but least likely to tell the truth? And I just put a couple of examples. A random crackhead, a neo-Nazi, or Ali Dawah. Almost 4 out of 5 people say Ali Dawah would be the person least likely to tell the truth if you asked him a question. That's if you're walking down the street and you saw 3 people there. One was a crackhead smoking crack, and the other was Heiling, his hero, with a little mustache. And then Ali Dawah standing there, and you asked them all a question. These guys said that 4 out of 5 people say they would trust Ali Dawah least.
Well. What are
That
you going to do with that information?
Now, that is a bad reputation, I would have to say, because think of like a Christian apologist, even if it's someone you disagree with. You wouldn't think like William Lane Craig is just going to lie to you or something like that, or, Christian apologist. Unless it's Mike Winger, you're not going to assume that he's just going to lie to you.
I get them from a bad reputation.
Do you know that song, Bad Reputation?
Yeah, I've only heard it like 900,000 times.
Good.
About my bad reputation.
It's the one objection that I have here is just that I would probably trust a crackhead much more than I would trust a neo-Nazi, but I guess that's just my preference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as far as the other two are debatable. What's not debatable is that Ali Dawah is the least trustworthy and least reliable of all these, and the most likely to lie, because there are just no consequences in the realm of Dawah for lying. The more you lie, the more of a hero you are in the Dawah community. The more they will love you. But there are consequences. There are consequences, ladies and gentlemen. And let's check out some of the consequences here.
That makes me think there should be a video game where you go around and lie to people, and whenever you successfully lie, you climb the ladder and get a higher rank in becoming a Muslim apologist.
A Dawah rank. You become a more popular da'i. Dude, we should make that. Hey, some of you guys, notice we are unstoppable fire hoses of good ideas. But we don't use like 98% of the awesome ideas we ever have. There's not enough time. But when we're dropping these gold nuggets of awesome ideas, some of you out there should be picking up on that. Someone out there should make a video game. And it's called the Dawah Challenge. It's called the Dawah Challenge, right? It's a video game for Muslims. And you basically have to learn to be the biggest liar on the planet. That makes you that gets you more and more Dawah points.
I want to be the very best.
AAP, which part do you want to be for this? Dawah or us?
I'll be us.
Okay, so I'll be the Dawah guy. And what I want to get to is the response to this. But check this out. So what did the Dawah guys say? And this is kind of now where people have caught on to the Qiyat, and Muslims are giving a different explanation, but they're still trying to go around claiming their one Quran thing. And anyway, this is what the discussion is like now. So there's only one Quran.
What about the 10 Qur'an?
Yes, one Quran, but 10 Qiyat.
What does Quran mean?
Recitation. Duh.
And what does Qira'at mean?
Dumb kafir. It means recitations.
So, one recitation, but 10 recitations?
Alhamdulillah. See, now you get it. And that's what it's like, ladies and gentlemen. There's only one Quran. We hear that all the time. Then we hear about the 10 Qira'at. And there may be some initial lies like, oh, it's just different accents and so on. No, it's not. Different words, different meanings. Some of them give you contradictory meanings. In other words, you read it in one Quran and you go to a different Quran and it gives you a contradictory meaning. And what do? Do you say that both of them go back to Allah? That's what they try to do.
That's what they do.
That's what they do. That's what they do. But it's just amazing. These are the same guys that will make fun of the Trinity and stuff and say that makes no sense. But these are the guys who say, yes, the Quran is one what? One recitation. What are these 10 Qira'at? And keep in mind, there are way more Qira'at. These are like, you have a guy at one point who says, actually, we're just going to say there's 7. We have so many different Qira'at. Let me just pick 7 and say these are the official ones. And then later on they said, no, that'd be too confusing to have it 7. Because there are 7 ahruf, and people are going to think you're talking about the ahruf. So let's make it 10. Okay, let's make it 10. And then Muslims, you have all these guys over all these centuries just making things up as they go along. Well, let's pick these 7. Let's increase it later on. Okay, let's make it 10. Well, let's make it 14. Let's make it this. Let's make it that. And then a Muslim will believe like whatever he's been told. And it's just crazy. See who's... Anyway, but this is where we're at in the world right now, where they can say with a straight face, there's one recitation, and can say with a straight face that there's 10 recitations, and still use it as an argument that there's only one Quran. One what? One recitation. What about these other recitations? Oh yeah. What's the problem? They're all the same. No, they're not. Oh, okay. Well, then we're just going to keep saying it. But here's the real takeaway. The point is, there's no coherent position here for just saying one Quran or something like that. There's no coherent position. But they'll still just keep saying it. They'll keep saying it over and over and over again. And people, for the first time, are catching on in large numbers. So check this out. This is just a response, but this is already made. This has already been circulating. But the prophet here, so you know it's good. This guy is the prophet. He says true. So 10 years ago, what were Muslims saying? Here's the guy sitting here with his Quran. You can pick up any copy of the Quran and not find a single difference between any 2 copies. That was the claim 10 years ago. Pick any Quran on the planet, and any other Quran on the planet or anywhere in history, any manuscript, anywhere. So you could go dig up a 10th century manuscript in the attic of some mosque or something like that, and compare that with any Quran in the world that you find at Barnes & Noble today. They're going to match up dot for dot, letter for letter, perfectly. It was a complete lie. It was a total lie. It's an idiotic lie. If you go to the Muslim sources, all kinds of changes. If you go to the manuscripts, all kinds of differences. You have different Qira'at and that's different Qurans that Muslims use in different parts of the world today. It was all a lie. And so this eventually got exposed. And so today you have what? You have today, yes, we have dozens of different Qurans, but it doesn't change the overall message of Islam. That's what's being said now. That is the official position of people like Shabir Ali and so on. But here's what I'm talking about. The Dawah guys. 10 years ago, perfect preservation right down to the letter. And in fact, right up until the holes in the narrative interview, they were still making the claims about one Quran perfectly preserved. They were a little shakier and a little hesitant since Hatun had showed up to Speaker's Corner with 26 different Arabic Qurans, right? But they still thought there was going to be some explanation. So they get Sheikh Yasser Qadi on with Muhammad Hijab to explain things, and he basically admitted, we can't explain anything. We don't know what we're talking about. There are holes in the narrative. We can't account for this. And so what's the message today? Yes, we have dozens of different Qurans, but it doesn't change the overall message of Islam. What's the important point here? The important point is not that, okay, what you were saying 10 years ago was a lie. It's that people are catching on that they can't trust you guys. In other words, yes, you can get away in the Dawah community. You can get away with saying one thing and then 10 years later, 5 years later, saying the exact opposite and pretending like it's not a problem, because it's not a problem in the Dawah community. The Dawah community doesn't care. Dawah fans do not care. Hijab could lie 1,000 times in a row. His fans would not care even slightly. Ali Dawah. My goodness, Sheikh Uthman faked a hate crime against himself, poured fake blood on himself, blamed us, called us out, and then goes out and bangs his friend's wife. A guy who asked Sheikh Uthman for some marital counseling. Sheikh Uthman, send me your wife. Sheikh Uthman bangs the dude's wife, says, hey, you're not married to her anymore. The guy says, what are you talking about? I didn't get a divorce. And Sheikh Uthman says, she's mine now. Has it affected his popularity even slightly? No one cares. They do not care what kind of liar you are in the Dawah community. But if this stuff becomes common knowledge, if the world catches on what a bunch of liars these guys are, stick a fork in Islam, because it's done. So these are the problems. Yeah, now people are spreading just random memes about this stuff. You hear me, AP? What are you grinning at? What are you grinning at right there and whispering in a satanic voice?
Oh, no, I was just thinking about Golem.
What's the precious here?
That's what Uthman says if he's Golem about the wife of that other dude. So it's pretty stupid.
Isn't this crazy? Isn't this crazy though? I mean, it's very, very interesting. I mean, like, the greater the defender of child marriage you are, the bigger the hero you will be in the Dawah community.
Yes.
Actually faking a hate crime against yourself would be frowned upon by anyone else in the world, any community, Christian community, atheist community. It would not matter. If you cover yourself in fake blood and say, my enemies didn't see, that's why you need to support my work, you'd be done anywhere else on the planet except in Dawah. In Dawah, they love it. They absolutely love it. This is wild stuff.
It's funny. I see that the guy whose wife Sheikh Uthman snatched with his brilliant skills, he goes live on TikTok and different platforms almost every day to urge Muslims to call out Sheikh Uthman and to get rid of him and to no longer follow him, and explains every day again and again many times what happened. Some people jump on board and say, wow, this is really messed up, and others are like, brother, get over it. Stop tarnishing the reputation of a great scholar.
And that's the one you gotta worry about there, that you can have people who are such blind followers that they won't believe that their hero could do something like that. But you'll have other people who, I don't care if he did or not, he's too important to the Dawah. He's too important to the Dawah. It doesn't matter if he faked a hate crime against himself and then is committing adultery with other Dawah guys' wives. Doesn't matter. He's too important for Dawah. I mean, guys, we're in the middle of an avalanche of apostasy. You're going to pick on this guy for adultery in the middle of that? No, we need to rally around people like that. That's the mentality. And guys, that is, if you think you have to just let people be horrible, evil people on the Dawah scene because you're so worried about hurting the Dawah, that's one of the things that's going to hurt the Dawah even more.
And focus on the genocide that is going on. Forget about the Genesis. Forget focus on the genocide that is being perpetrated against Hamas by Israel after Hamas failed to perpetrate a genocide against Jews. Focus on the genocide. Who's going to fix this? Forget about your wife. Forget about your stupid wife.
Yes, your wife is a small price to pay for the success of the Dawah, right? That's the basic mentality, right? Yeah, okay, so he banged your wife. He deserves it. Come on, he's important to the Dawah scene. Of course he's going to go around committing some adultery. And think what would actually happen if it came out that Sheikh Uthman has like 2 or 3 secret extra wives who are all 9-year-old girls? Would that hurt his standing even slightly for his followers? I don't believe it would. It might for a few individuals. It might bother a few individuals. But as far as like his fans, they would not care even slightly. I don't think they would.
Hey, are you aware of the knife attack in Germany?
I saw a bunch of it. I saw France just.
Forget about France. Do you know what's
France just stopped its 50th foiled its 50th attack just since 2017. Someone who was plotting to attack the Olympics. So it was Olympic plot. Which one's this? This is the one that had the picture of the guy. He looks pretty rough. He's got a big knife. Yeah.
People have been posting about him and talking about him all day. But he actually went and stabbed or tried to stab a well-known activist in Germany named Stutzenberger, who has been a right-wing opponent of Islam and advocate of more awareness about Islam and the dangers of Islam, shutting down the whole free immigration and refugee flow and all that. And today, some guy of, I think, African
they've
background.
got video of it. I've been seeing the picture, but yeah, I'm looking at they've got the guy on video.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go
So
ahead.
he went there and did a knife attack, and it's on video. People have been posting photos and videos and in fact memes about it. There's also a very, very interesting shot where the police was completely useless. The police actually pinned down somebody who was there to intervene and to help.
Yeah, and then
the
stabbed.
Attacker then went and stabbed the policeman.
So that's a cop. Yeah, I'm looking at the video right now because it's short.
Yeah. And people started like talking about how this is
a cop.
Perfect picture of what's happening in Europe.
Where
the cop is pinning down the actual useful citizen who is helping, while the migrant is coming and stabbing the cop.
Oh my goodness! Now with that description, looking at it, yeah, I'm not going to play that, guys, because YouTube would freak out if I played this. But it's all over. I might need to make a little like Twitter video about that, or at the very least share it. But yeah, so this guy jumps on a person and starts stabbing him. The cop comes over and holds down the person who is being stabbed, and then the guy stabs him in the neck.
Yeah,
that's what it. Gosh, oh yeah, that is perfect. You can't have a more perfect example than that. So there you have it, guys. A guy is doing a terrorist attack on a person, stabbing the person. The cop goes after the person who's being attacked. And then the guy with the knife comes over and stabs the cop. That is a perfect example of what's going on in Europe. It's a perfect summary of what went on with the grooming gangs and all that, attacking the people who are exposing these guys and defending the people who are actually doing this stuff. This is crazy, sick stuff, man.
And the attacker survived. I think she was shot eventually, which is surprising. That a police force in Europe actually finally shoots somebody. But he was shot, but he survived. But it says like 7 people are injured so far. And the guy is a 25-year-old Afghan refugee by the name of Suleiman. However, there are also rumors that his actual name is Benjamin Cohen. Uh,
Not Eli Copter. I bet people. I bet you and your buddies are actually circulating that this guy is Benjamin Cohen. Right? Matter of fact, we're sitting here laughing about it, but it's exactly the sort of thing Syrian Girl or one of these clowns would say. It's Suleiman. Oh yes, did you see? This guy found out that this other guy. This guy found out that these other guys criticized Israel, so Benjamin Cohen went after them.
But yeah, so jokes aside, and all the stupidity from conspiracy theorists aside, it was definitely so. It is definitely an Afghan refugee who went after the very man who has been
Jewish
advocating
Afghan refugee.
for quite a long time. So it's quite clear that this is politically and religiously motivated. And the issue is also that it was live streamed. So the guy, the Stutzenberger, he actually had a live stream going while this happened. So that came in very, very, very good. That it was all on camera, being live streamed when the terrorist came in and started attacking and trying to stab people. And this is, of course, making the rounds and being seen everywhere in Germany and in Europe and all over the world right now. Not a very good image. However, what will be the response to this? Of course, the initial responses will be things
Shock.
like, we should not generalize, and we should always be careful not to be Islamophobic and bigoted as a reaction to such an attack, and always consider how the backlash on innocent Muslims will impact the situation and make things even worse. And this is just a regular person who may have had different motives and does not represent the Muslim population, and so on. Well, maybe at some point people should think about reducing the whole immigration flow and all the wonderful tolerance for Islamism. I don't think that they will learn from this, though.
Yeah, I think people are very slow to learn, but I think catching on eventually, especially among the Germans, is somewhat inevitable. It's just like how many people have to suffer and how much damage you have to allow to be done before you catch on. But I'm looking at someone shared it looks like a TikTok. Let's see, a Muslim in Germany posted his reaction to the attack in Mannheim. So this is another account sharing the video of a Muslim who's reacting to the attack. And this guy says, I'll just read, I'm not going to go through his entire video, and I'm not going to play his video, but I'll read what he's saying because it has the captions here. People, finally good news. Finally good news. He's reacting to that attack. So people, finally good news. Finally good news. Stutzenberger was stabbed. Inshallah, the guy who stabbed him will achieve the highest level in paradise. I swear in the name of Allah, I will send you money. I will send you money. I will send you food. I will send you anything. Inshallah, ex-Muslims will suffer the same fate. Ex-Muslims, oh, that's you, AP.
Yeah.
Oh, and Amir, Arabpour, and Elijah, Nathan, they need to be stabbed as well. Inshallah, every Islam critic, dude, everyone who's criticizing Islam. So everyone is hey, wait a minute, that's me. I'm criticizing Islam. Muhammad's a child molesting, murdering rapist. So this guy's talking about me too? So he's definitely talking about you, ex-Muslims. He's saying ex-Muslims. With a knife, dude. And that Turk as well. That Turk with his cap. Oh, that's Ataturk. You will see. I thought he was talking about you for a second. Everybody who hates Islam will get some with a knife, dude. I swear in the name of Allah, he is my idol. That boy's my idol. Ooh.
He said, Inshallah sent money. Well, maybe we should send him to some Muslim country where he belongs.
He's a mushrik. He said he idolized a guy. Anyway,
I don't buy it. Look at. I don't buy it at all. You don't buy traveled to London and walked around there in the middle of the city of London. In the middle of the city of London, in central London, I walked around. Mm-hmm. Nothing happened to me.
Well, they're scared of you.
Nothing. These people are weaklings. They're
They're scared of
cowards.
you.
Weaklings. You are cowards. You terrorists.
They're a little scared of you. Hey, AP.
What?
Have you heard of this Ausländer Raus song?
Oh yes, I have. Haven't I? Yeah.
Since we're talking about an attack in Germany. Hey, why is it Ausländer Raus and not Ausländer Aus? I guess Aus has to be followed by something, right? Like out of something. I'm trying to
Raus.
think. I've been out of. I haven't. It's been 20-some years since I took German.
It's because aus just would mean
That has to be followed by out of something, right?
it has to be. I'm not in a place to explain that right now. But raus would be, for example, short for heraus,
AP was lying about being German.
which would be out of somewhere, out of something. So when people say Ausländer raus, so foreigners out, what they mean is foreigners out of Germany.
Kein Ausländer, doch ein Fremder.
Yeah.
So guys, there's this, and there's another point here. And by the way, this all ties together with people not trusting the Dawah anymore. This is all connected. But there's a song going around. There's a song that has become very popular in Deutschland. And it's another example of how Islam kind of messes things up for everyone. Because guess what? They're not saying jihadis get out or something like that. They're just saying foreigners out. And guess what? There are plenty of foreigners in Germany who are just there to live better lives and so on. And they've integrated well. They're working their job. They're raising their family. And then you got these guys who come in and they brought me in from Afghanistan. I'm going to go stab this guy in the neck so I can get extra virgins in paradise. And it ruins it for everybody. But let me show you the song. And this is I find this very interesting because it's young people. It's young people singing this. And what you've seen in years past, it seemed like older people who were more open to Islam being a problem. And the young people were rushing to defend it. Oh, no, they're the victims. We're the bad guys and so on. If Islam loses that advantage and the young people actually get fed up with it and they start screaming, no, we're not falling for this stuff. That is wild, 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 wild stuff. All right, here's a short clip of this song. So, what are you laughing at?
Nothing.
Let's check it out one more time. I want to see what some of these guys. These guys look. They even wear the hats that you think.
This is actually the funny thing is
like these little hats and stuff.
They are funnily modifying the words of a song that is, I think, in French or so. This is it's a French song.
Yeah. Is it?
But they're just singing German words to it, fitting into the pattern or the sound of it, and turning it into Ausländer raus. And I think they said Deutschland in Deutschen, which means Germany for the Germans.
Huh. Yeah. And that's I don't know. These kids look German to me with their hats and stuff. I'm waiting to see some lederhosen. Hey, where's your lederhosen, kids? Let me see this again. What's that say? I couldn't see it. What's that say? I can't see it. No, we'll not be able to see it. But hey, it's got the little. It says I love something, but it's got the little hat on it. So that's why they're all wearing those little hats that you're supposed to wear with lederhosen.
It's probably some party, some rave that is totally unrelated. But lots of people there are probably, just using that to express something else. But yeah, so what's funny is okay, the DJ apparently of this song is Italian, Gigi D'Agostino or Gigi D'Agostino, however you say it. I went on the on the actual official YouTube watch page of that song, and the funny thing is, if you look into the comment section now, and that song came out like 12 years ago, or it was posted on YouTube 12 years ago, but if you go into the comment section right now, it's like all the top comments are all from the last few days, just people celebrating the sentiment and saying, "Yeah, Germany, Europe, proud," and stuff like that. It's quite funny.
In the chat, he says brings back memories for AP.
Oh yeah.
Was that like your partying days in Germany, AP?
You know what's funny about my days in Germany is, so we left Germany when I was 16 years old. I didn't get to be very old there. However, so Germany has a very nice partying and drinking culture, and as an early teenager who was part of this very religious Muslim family, but who didn't really want to follow the religious aspects at that early part of life, I was hanging out with different people from my school, and occasionally joining them and hanging out and drinking and partying.
You see?
And the funny thing is, so I went to a school where it was, so there is a different ranking system in Germany based on success and on skills early on in school. And I went to a higher grade where the rate of non-Germans was extremely low. So like over 95% of people at the school were German. And in my class, almost everybody was German. There was only me, and at some point my cousin, actually. But the crew that I would hang out with in my last year was very funny to remember. A very nationalistic group, in which also some were.
So you were sitting there singing. You were sitting there singing Ausländer Aus. Ausländer Aus.
No, but although they were not my close friends, one or two of them were actually straight up neo-Nazis.
And, what the heck? This is explaining lots of things, AP. This is making a lot of sense, but go ahead.
I remember this conversation even where with the guy who was in charge and who was always hosting these parties, who was also kind of nationalistic. He was like, he said about the one neo-Nazi guy who was very important in the circle. He said, "Look, normally he doesn't want to have any Turks or anything present, but he said you are cool, so he allows you to come." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, appreciate it." So I would hang out and party with them.
I can imagine this. Like, hey, you're a neo-Nazi. Why are you friends with him? He wanted the good ones. That Red Van, he wanted a good one. We'll keep him. The others, they gotta go. But Red Van, he wanted the good ones.
It was funny because I would also not really compromise and not really I wouldn't bash non-Germans or anything like that. I would sit there with the nationalists and the Nazi guy and actually occasionally make fun of the whole Nazi ideas and things like that.
That's good.
While also having fun together. It was interesting.
That's good. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of befriending some Nazis. You can actually eventually make fun of them. That's good. That's good to know. Tyler, some of the comments on this? People are pointing out Italian song with French name, edgy teens. L'amour toujours. It's Italian. Let's see. Brings back memories for AP. Tyler asks, what are they saying? So the Ausländer raus means foreigners out. I don't know if you can make out some of the rest of this in this short clip, but let's listen.
Yeah, pretty sure that they say only two things, which is Ausländer raus and Deutschland in Deutschen, which means Germany.
Yeah,
to
the other
Ger-
part just sounded like they were going da 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 da. That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So, again, my thoughts on this: you've got man, if you end up with some young people who are critical of immigration and so on, it's gonna be an interesting difficulty for you jihadis who want to colonize Europe out there. In other words, if that spreads to all age groups and so on. With that said, I go back to the point I was making that Islam screws it up for everyone else. Islam screws it up for everyone else. You have people who really, really, really look around them at the country they're in and say, gosh, I do not want to raise my kids in this crap hole. I would love to move to another place and work my butt off and have a better life for my kids and my future descendants. You have lots of people like that. You have lots of families like that. I'm thinking of people I actually know. I mean, Nabil's family. His parents, one of them was from India, one of them was from Pakistan. They came to the U.S. because they didn't want to live back there. And then their son goes off to college and everything's great. Future's looking great. And then what happens? You get a bunch of jihadis who screw things up, and then you have people who would not want Nabil's parents in the country. Right? That's what Islam does. It screws it up for everybody. Because here's the thing. Once you eventually, and this is what AP finds so amusing, once you eventually turn the population to where the whole population is saying, get these foreigners out of here. What caused them to be like that? Well, the guys who are causing the problems caused them to be like that. But once they get to that point, they're not going to be very careful to distinguish. They're not going to be very careful to distinguish. Wait a minute, that guy, super hard worker, just wants a better life for his family and stuff. And this guy just planted a knife in someone's neck to please Allah and get more virgins. They're not going to be making those kinds of distinctions. And it's just going to be messed up. So anyway, that's my thoughts. What are your thoughts on this, AP?
I think that Germany is past the point of no return. And Europe as well is past the point of no return. Things are going to get ugly.
Oh, we agree they're going to get ugly.
Things are going to get ugly. It ain't going to be pretty.
Get a bunker. Get a bunker while you can, ladies and gentlemen. Get a bunker while you can.
Yeah, it is just incredibly stupid that Europeans let this happen because they are very polite, even in response to politicians just imposing all kinds of ridiculous things on them. And like, we don't want this, so what shall we do? Well, let us talk about it, let us discuss this in Parliament, and let us vote about this, and try to fix this. And if it does not work, then we shall be a little bit louder, and then try again in the next elections. And it just didn't really work out that way. It was very clear from already 10 years ago. We had polls where the majority of Germans were saying, when asked, that they do not want any more refugees. They do not want any more immigration. They were saying it back then. But since then, the situation just has continued. And nowadays people see news on TV and on the internet and on newspapers and whatever it is of this migrant did this and this. This migrant raped somebody. This migrant stabbed somebody. Nothing happened. Got away with such a sentence. Got away with a deal, and so on. And if you ignore such big concerns from the general population for too long, then the general population will be angry, and this anger will grow and grow and grow, and at some point they will react, no longer in the politest ways. They will react. There will be a sharp correction to everything that was happening, and it won't be pretty. It's not nice.
That's correct. No, that's correct. And yep, that's what I've been saying, that There was a time when you could have dealt with all of this completely peacefully. And instead, you silenced everyone who pointed out how to deal with it peacefully. You called them names, you called them racist, you called them bigots, and so on. And you came up with ways of silencing them, but that didn't change their minds. It didn't change their minds. In fact, they were proven right in everything they were saying. They were proven correct in all their criticisms. And now other people are catching on. And so more people. And so you got more people you're going to have to silence now. And eventually there's going to be I don't know, it's like a pressure cooker. It's like a pressure cooker. And you keep turning up the pressure. And what happens? That thing eventually blows up. And again, don't want to see bloodbaths. Don't want to see it. That's why it just sucks that the people who are causing the inevitable bloodbaths didn't have to do that, but they did.
This is even the same in the stock market, where if you have where things are going. If a security is going very heavily into a certain
You sounded
direction.
like a Mike Winger nerd right now, man.
It's just like, let me pull out my graph right here. So check out the chart.
In fact, let me get my whiteboard. So
What are you, Ali Dawah's wife?
you can see it, like you could see that on a chart. If it goes very harshly and consistently in a certain direction and pushes and pushes and pushes, it will go to a certain point where necessarily, as a result of that extraordinary move toward that direction, there will be a massive and very sharp correction. And this is not just something that happens on the stock market. It happens in general, in the world, in nature. It is just the way things go. It also happens in the minds of people and in the politics and in how countries and societies function. And it will happen.
Yep, it will happen. It will happen. And again, it's going to be, if you ended up with politicians and a population that tries seriously to deal with the problem now, it's going to be pretty messy right now. Not nearly as messy as if you put it off for another 10 years. Not near. So guess what? Right now, trying to deal with the problem will be way worse than it would have been 10 years ago if you'd listened to anything anyone was telling you. So way messier now. Not nearly as messy as it will be 5 or 10 years from now. So anyway, you've been warned. Can't say we didn't warn you literally the entire time.
Yeah.
All right, let's take some super chats.
Buy the dip.
Because some of these are viciously attacking you. Let's see. Also, you like to talk about the semen stains on Muhammad clothes. Can you prove it wasn't Aisha's semen? Didn't he like to wear her clothes? That's actually a good point, because in Islam, women have semen too, right? Not just like some fluid that they excrete or something like that, like actual comparable to semen, but theirs is yellow. But it's the same thing. It carries their genetic reproductive. It's their genetic reproductive fluid, and it mingles together with the male semen, and then whichever rises to the surface and so on, that decides whether the child's going to be male or female and things like that. But that would actually be funny to put forward as an alternative explanation that it's Muhammad was wearing Aisha's garment. We've got sources on that, and it was her semen, because women have semen too. I'm going to use that. I'm going to steal that. And what is your name? That's from Mr. Bukhari. Hey, I'm going to steal that, and I'm not going to give any credit because I almost never do. And people think I came up with the awesome idea. But you could come along afterward and say, hey, he stole that from me. And you could use this video clip as proof that I stole it. And then people would be like, wow, David's messed up, man.
Hey, I'm looking at certain YouTube videos right now that are reactions from the German media and from others in reaction to that clip that we just watched.
The stabbing or the Ausländer?
The Ausländer Haus video. Certain prominent media channels that are kind of talking about what kind of a problem this is. Like, I'm looking at one of them, and I'm looking at the meanwhile hidden dislike ratio. It's 90% dislikes.
Oh.
And the comment section is like, overwhelmingly just saying "screw you, people," and agreeing with the young people who say "Ausländer aus." So yeah, the average population is just angry. You know, the average population in Germany just doesn't want to hear that whole "oh, this is bad, this is not good, this is not nice, this is bigotry." They don't want to hear it anymore. They're angry.
Yeah, and yeah, you can see where they're coming from. Let's put it that way. You can see where they're coming from. If it was just oh, but we are white and they are brown, and we don't like them here, then you just then you sound racist. You sound pretty racist when that's the message. When it's yeah, when these guys keep killing and raping us and we're told to keep our mouth shut, we don't like that. Okay, now it's got nothing to do with race. It's just not, right? So when you still call them the racists anyway, I don't know. You can do that for a while. You can get away with it for a while. That's just they're just the people I would not want to screw with long term, man. They creep me out. The Germans really, really, really creep me out, man.
Germans are beast.
I'm just saying. Who? I mean, Norm Macdonald said this, but I think he summed up like what lots of people have thought for a long time. Like Germany gets up and it's just, hey, let's start a war with who? The world. And then they lose, and a couple decades later, hey, remember we tried? Yeah, let's do that again. And it's like they lose, but millions and millions of people die. And it's like, okay, you want to let these guys get mad again and start flipping out?
Well, to be very honest, they kind of asked for it after the First World War. It was it was inevitable that the Second World War would come, and I'm not saying that
AP saying the rest of the world deserved it. This way, don't. Hey, whoa! Hang on! 1 second. This is perfect. Look, very next super chat. Big Zaman says, I know everyone loves AP, but there is something about him that I inherently do not trust. But D Wood is great. You see that? Like, what perfect timing. I mean, he sent that earlier, but that was the next super chat up. And it's AP going, yeah, did you know that it was actually everyone else's fault? Yeah. This is the guy who routinely tells us about, like, I have watched every single one of Adolf's sermons over again, yeah.
This could be a parody of a Candace Owens tweet that she made. I don't know if you've seen that, where she was talking about that Argentinian president Milei, and she made a tweet saying, "I know everybody likes him and sees him as a hero, but there is something about him that I do not trust." And of course, everybody is like, "Oh, gee, what could that possibly be?" It's because he recently converted to Judaism. And went there and has these photos at the wall, and all that. So everyone was like, "Oh, yeah, what could it possibly be? Could it be that he's Jewish? Probably not." It's probably a parody of that.
But here we have not to trust AP completely because he has been too tremendously influenced by Germany. And if the German people rise up for World War III, which side is AP going to be on? That's the question for everyone.
That's the big question.
That's the big question. Hey, guys, I have an awesome opportunity to share the gospel to a group of Muslim women through my Muslim friend. I'm wondering if there's anything I should be prepared for, questions they may have. I can tell you the objections that they'll have to Christianity. They're going to say your Bible's been corrupted. They're going to say Trinity doesn't make sense. They're going to say if Jesus is God, how could he die? They're going to say, where did Jesus say, I am God, worship me? There'll be a bunch that are connected to the incarnation. So it'll be, if Jesus is God, how could he eat? If Jesus is God, how could he go to the bathroom? If Jesus is God, how could he come out of the woman? But notice that's kind of all the same objection. It's an objection to the incarnation. You might get, if Jesus died for your sins, doesn't that mean you can sin all you want? And there'll be one or two more. So one good thing to do would be to, if you know what objections are going to raise beforehand, probably good to be ready for those. And I'll go ahead and point out to you now, I have on this channel. So this is a newer channel with significantly less content than my old channel. But even on this channel, if you just learn one issue and learn it well, if you learn the Islamic dilemma well, so I have a video on here where I go through every single Quran verse that even mentions the gospel. I go through every single one. You learn that, and the video, I think it's titled 99.8% of Muslims don't know this about the Quran or something like this, something along those lines. But the video is about the Islamic dilemma. If you just learn what the Quran says about the Bible, you're kind of good for all the other objections, as long as you know how to defend a point from the Bible. So in other words, if they bring up objections to the incarnation and you can defend the incarnation from the Bible, then they're forced to say that's been corrupted. If you can say you're not allowed to say that's been corrupted because of what the Quran says, you can kind of block that objection. But I would learn the Islamic dilemma stuff really well. Arguments wise, I don't even know what they'll bring as arguments for Islam anymore. Because at the Dawah level, yeah, they've abandoned the perfect preservation argument. They've abandoned the scientific miracles argument and so on. But if you're talking to a group of, they might still believe those arguments. Not everything trickles down to the entire Muslim community. So you kind of have to find out. But I would say this: hopefully, this is a situation where you can revisit the discussion. In other words, if these are people that you can see again, I mean, I would start off just by, look, if this were a situation where you knew you could keep the conversation going for the future, I would go in there and just be asking lots of questions. I would say, hey, what do you guys believe? What do you guys believe about God? What do you believe about Muhammad? What do you believe about Jesus? What do you believe about the Bible? What do you believe about this? What do you believe about that? What do you believe about the afterlife? What do you believe about women? What do you believe about all these things? And then after a while of asking them those questions, then I would shift to, why do you believe that? Why do you believe that about God? Why do you believe that about the Bible? Because on lots of issues, they've never studied anything in their life. They just heard it. They just heard it from their imam or something like that. They heard it from their Dawah guy. They've never studied. And so lots of the answers, even if they don't admit it, lots of the answers are going to be, oh, because that's what my Dawah guy told me. Oh, that's what my Dawah guy told me. Oh, that's what my Dawah guy told me. And you don't have to try and wreck that at all right then. Just try and get them to think through this. And then at the end of that discussion, once you've asked why they believe these things, well, they may have given you some arguments. I believe it because of the scientific miracles or whatever they're going to say. And then if it's a situation where you're going to be able to talk to them again, say, fine, say, hey, great. You guys gave me 3 arguments for why you believe these things. Would you mind if I go look these things up and then get back to you? And then go research those. Go to answeringislam.net. I guarantee you we will have responses there to everything they bring up. AP, you have any advice on someone sharing the gospel with a group of Muslim women?
No.
Yes, AP's advice is don't do that because the gospel is bad. You just need to go there and preach atheism.
No, do it. Do it. Spread it with everybody. Spread it with the Muslims. The world would be better if most all collectively converted to Christianity. There, I said it. How about that? How about that?
Do it.
But the thing is, when you say Islamic dilemma, it makes me think of that Nelly song Dilemma. So and then I'm thinking of it would be funny to create a parody of the Islamic dilemma or Islamic dilemma version of that song Dilemma. So
I'm not familiar with the song. I will check it out.
you're not. Everybody is. Everybody is. Everybody's singing it in their head right now.
We need to do parody songs. We need to do parody songs like that Jewish guy's channel.
Yes.
Anyone touch D Wood, AP, a Muslim maybe could, but JC told love your enemy, so I wouldn't. Instead, page of Quran will be wiped with a pig's butt sitting video posted. Anyone touch D Wood, AP, a Muslim? I think this is supposed to rhyme. I think it does rhyme, and I didn't get the meter right. But it says pig's butt. That's rude. Tears are the linseed oil. Tears are the linseed oil of the anus. That's exactly like something Muhammad would say. Also tried to get in touch with you, AP, as you suggested last stream. It seems to not have worked out as you did not respond. Well, you can't expect it. I mean, AP doesn't even respond to me instantly half the time.
If I saw in my chat inbox that Celeria Rosencroix messaged me, I would react, but I didn't see anything. Oh, actually, I just saw it immediately. Sorry. Okay, we'll get back.
Tarun said, an acquaintance of mine had once conveyed to me that you two might be mad at a joke I made about Masa, in a live you did with Armin as well. We can't get mad if we don't understand a joke. Well, we could be like, we don't understand the joke, but we wouldn't be mad at you for not understanding.
Hey, this is the guy who made that sick joke. Don't even read the super chat.
Hey, yeah, this is Tarun. Hey, Tarun, get out of here with your filthy, horrible jokes. We don't understand some of them half the time, but shame on you. No, I don't recall being mad. To what position Muhammad appointed Diha? Doggy? Get it? Position? Oh boy. Yeah, guys, Diha was called Diha al-Kalbi, which means Diha the dog, and it was apparently super hot guy that Muhammad would have over, and people would say, hey, what are you doing with Diha over in your house? And he would say, no, that's the angel Gabriel. If I had to choose, Muhammad,
I wonder if there's a connection somewhere between Muhammad saying that you shouldn't have dogs in your house and also having Diha al-Kalbi.
Yeah, like his wives are like, yeah, get that dog out of here. And he's like, fine, I have received a revelation. It was something to make his wives happy. Muhammad, if I had to choose between my wives and Diha the dog, I choose the Diha. That is true. You would. So this is a follow-up from Celeria. I end up significantly improving my script before I ended up recording and editing the video as a result of the time I was waiting, so things worked out. Oh, so you improved your script. Yeah, Celeria, if you're getting started, the main thing as far as getting started is putting something out. And it doesn't have to be the best video in the world. There's something about getting started. You could go to a channel like Mr. Beast, go back and look at his first 100 videos. It'll be the worst videos you've ever seen in your life. He started making videos, and the emphasis was not, hey, let me make the perfect video the first time. The emphasis is, let me make a video and then make the next one better. And so his, again, first 100 to 200 videos sucked, but they got better. They always got better. And then he became one of the most popular YouTubers of all time. Let's see. Adoption may not be allowed, but we can be your mommy. I used to not believe in evolution, but then I saw a man's brain go from donkey to mule in front of my very eyes. Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah,
that was clear. I am walking my dog, Sunny. I will be back. Sweet, like Arnold.
Nice.
Aisha, if I had to choose between the Quran and a goat, I'd choose the goat. They literally did. They literally edited the Quran to take out some of the worst parts. And the awful parts that are left, that should tell you something about what those other parts were like. Hey guys, do you think Muhammad might have gotten the idea that Mary is part of the Trinity from the Ephesian heresy, the one about Diana? I don't think it needs to be any specific heresy like a misunderstanding of the Trinity. If you believe that this goes back to Muhammad, it's actually pretty straightforward. And it makes perfect sense why basically an illiterate 7th century Arabian caravan robber who occasionally hears something from Christians, what does he hear? He hears Christians talking about God the Father and God the Son and Mary, the mother of Jesus, right? He hears about God the Father, he hears about the Son, and he hears about Mary, the mother of Jesus, and he hears them saying Trinity. So if you aren't clear on what they're talking about, you can actually understand someone screwing up and making that mistake, saying, oh, they're talking about the Trinity, and they believe in God and Jesus and Mary, the mother. So, okay, so it's like a holy little family, father, mother, and son, right? That's what it is. You see, I refuted it. So it kind of makes sense if this came from a human being, the misunderstanding, it makes sense that someone who wasn't well informed would make that mistake. It doesn't make sense that God would make that mistake. That's the problem. If you're saying the Quran came from God, then you're stuck with these two possibilities. Either Allah was ignorant. He didn't know what Christians actually believe, and he got it wrong, like he did with Ezra, or he did know and he lied about it. He lied. So he did know what the Trinity actually is, but he lied about it to make it look like really, really dumb to his followers. And similarly with Ezra and so on, he knew Jews don't call Ezra the son of God, but he lied about it to attack Judaism. If you had to pick one of those, Allah is ignorant or Allah is deceptive, I'd go with Allah's deceptive because he does brag about that. He doesn't brag about being ignorant, but he brags about being deceptive. And that is, in a way, bragging about being deceptive. It's kind of based.
It is based.
Isn't it?
By the way, it just dawned upon me because somebody said it that Tommy Robinson's rally, his demo, is tomorrow or today by UK time.
1 second. Let's play the video. Go ahead and give an introduction to that, and then we'll watch a little video that he just posted today. Because, yeah, go ahead and say whatever you want about that. Should people go to Tommy's rally, AP?
Absolutely. I think they should absolutely go. I might not agree with everything when it comes to Tommy. I might have...
but if he was German, you'd agree with everything. All right, go ahead.
Totally. I've had... I've had my...
But if he had the little mustache... Yeah, come on, AP.
And I wasn't very sure about him in the past, but however, recent developments really changed things, and I see how genuine Tommy Robinson is and how much he cares about his country and his people. And he organized a major rally, a major demonstration, which will be taking place on June 1st, which by my time right now is tomorrow, but in the UK is already... Yes, that day is going to be soon. So, and he is going to introduce, I think, a film and also new things to talk about, new talking points. And so the major issue that he wants to demonstrate about is two-tier policing in the UK and in London, where people of Muslim backgrounds are treated very differently in comparison to how he is treated or other people like him are treated in the UK. And I think he has a very, very good case and something that needs support. And I would say anyone who is in the vicinity should definitely go and support him, should go and support Tommy Robinson and join him in this rally. But yeah, if you have a clip for that, let's do that.
Yeah, I got a little video that he posted. This doesn't have the details on it, so guys, I would tell you to go to Tommy's Twitter page. It's at T Robinson New Era. But let me get this video clip up. All right, so this is what he posted earlier.
Right, think about this carefully. How much do you despise the mainstream media?
A freaking lot. A really, 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 really big lot. Garbage.
How much do you despise the establishment and those politicians?
Politicians? A lot. A lot. You're correct, Tommy. We really, that's interesting. I wonder how many, those are good questions to start off with because, like, probably everyone's like, can't stand those guys.
How much do you want to make them wrong tomorrow? Yeah? They are all waiting. Every journalist, every politician, Mark Rowley, head of the police, they all want us to fail tomorrow. Please don't give them what they want. Let's walk away from tomorrow with a massive success. Let's send them a message, send Europe a message, send the whole world a message that there's a British resistance to the takeover of our nation. We do not want to be minorities in our towns and cities. You've imported hostility and aggression. You've took away the safety of our children. That's what you've done. You've sold out your nation, your people. They don't care about us, yeah? They don't fear us. They're not bothered by us. We need to get building. We need to get organised. Please, again, I'm going to stress to you one more time, everyone, yeah? It's not a party.
Yeah, he's pointing out that it's, let's see, not a party. I just want to make sure people can find Tommy. I just want to share the link real quick to his channel. Guys, keep in mind, so I've had problems with YouTube for a long time, to the point where I just get fed up with it and say I would rather just burn a channel to the ground with 700,000 subscribers and start over than deal with them. I have to say, the most trouble, let me say it here, the most trouble YouTube ever gave me, because keep in mind, I won almost all of the strikes I've ever had. So I would say, I mean, I used to get like between 1 and 3 strikes every single month, and my channel would be shut down for that time. I mean, the channel's still up. I can't post anything. I can't do any live streams or something like that while I have an active strike. I would win, you're talking 98% of the strikes, because they're all bogus. I follow the rules. I don't break any YouTube rules. I know what the rules are, and I follow the rules. But you have activists who work for YouTube, and they'll shut your stuff down. Let me go ahead and say here, the biggest problems I've ever had with YouTube were over Tommy Robinson, not over something I'm saying about jihad or something like that. It was me posting something about Tommy. So for instance, Robert Spencer and I, we did a live stream. This was years ago, but it was when Tommy went outside a court. And all he was doing, he's sitting there reading a BBC article live on camera while the guys who are being tried for one of the grooming gangs are walking in and stuff. And they're walking in. He's going, "Hey, what do you think?" and stuff like that. But he's not giving any new information. From an American perspective, you'd wonder, how is this even an issue? From a British perspective, they do have laws about not saying things that could change the course of a trial and things like that. In the U.S., if you're worried about jurors being influenced by what's going on in the media, you keep the jury separate. You tell them you guys aren't allowed to listen to anything. You guys aren't allowed to listen to news reports and so on. You don't stop the media. You tell the jurors they're not allowed to listen to stuff. In the UK, you actually stop the press. You actually tell the press they're not allowed to talk about this. But it was another example of like the two-tier policing, because they didn't want people talking about the grooming gangs. Why? They didn't want Tommy Robinson talking about the grooming gangs. Why? You know why. You know why. He was saying the root. He was explaining what the root of the problem was. They didn't want that. So he was outside one of the grooming gang trials. Again, people in the U.S., we wouldn't even be able to comprehend how someone could be arrested over just being on a public street and being live streaming and reporting on a trial that's ongoing. He didn't give any new information. He just read a BBC article. Anyway, they locked him up. They locked him up. They found him guilty. I forget what he did. How much time did he serve? Like 18 months or something like that. And it was pointed out no one had ever been more than like fined for doing something like that. Like if you were found guilty of doing something like that, it would be, okay, here's your fine for reporting on a trial that's going on. That's what it would be. And they lock him up in a Muslim majority prison. And when he got out, he looked like he had post PTSD. He looked like he had post-traumatic stress disorder. He looked messed up. That dude he was skinny. He looked really, really messed up. Anyway, when he was locked up originally, when they came and locked him up, we didn't know what the trial was going to be like and stuff at that point, because it just happened. Me and Robert Spencer, we played his video. We played his video of him, and we're like, how are you getting arrested for this? What is going on here? I never won that one. And it didn't matter how many times I went back and forth with YouTube. No, you can't say that here. So think about that. That was like questioning the British government's and the British press's treatment of Tommy Robinson was a bigger issue for YouTube than anything else I ever did. And that's like crazy, because I was doing like Quranagami and stuff like this. I'm making stuff out of Qurans and stuff. And the sin of all sins, the unpardonable sin on YouTube, is talking about Tommy Robinson. So keep in mind, this is a bit dangerous ground here, even talking about this stuff as far as YouTube is concerned. You know what? Screw you, YouTube, if you have a problem with it. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about Tommy. I mean, all those years. So he was the English Defense League for a while. And I was like, AP, you don't know exactly what to think about someone, because you can have someone saying, hey, we don't like these guys here. And it could just be a bunch of racists who don't like brown people. It could be like that. That's what they always say about you. But it might be just, What is up with you're bringing in these guys and you're not even vetting anyone, and then they're going and doing all this stuff to these little girls, and you don't stop them. Instead, you defend them and attack us for reporting on it. This is insane. You guys have no business being in charge of a country. You lunatics, you journalists. If this is how you deal with these kinds of stories, you attack us and defend these guys who, given what they're doing, this is insane. This is nuts, right? And you look at him, and this is a guy that the entire British government, the entire British legal system, the entire all the journalists, the educators, the entertainers, apart from some the people who are on his side, everyone in any position of power has tried to break this guy, and he's still here. And whether you disagree with him on this point or that point, you got to respect that. You got to respect that. And so, if you're in a position to support Tommy, definitely do that. Definitely do that.
Also very important because together with Tommy Robinson's huge demonstration tomorrow, which will probably be massive, there is a counter protest happening, where a leftist movement in the UK, I think they're called Stop Racism something, and they are getting together with a Muslim Association of Britain, and so socialists and Muslims are walking together to do a counter protest.
As they should.
In response to Tommy Robinson's major demonstration, and there is just a lot of concern. The police made public statements. The Met Police UK made public statements saying that that they will be there, and this will be a very big event where they will make sure to watch and provide security as to their best abilities. However, that they are taking many precautions because it is very likely that things could escalate. And they are asking everyone to be peaceful and nonviolent and abide by it. Tommy Robinson himself also repeatedly said that that he urges everyone to be as nonviolent, as peaceful, and as diplomatic as possible, and that we are not there to mess things up and to fight anybody, but just to voice our opinion. But there are organizations and people in the UK taunting him and threatening and saying this is the chance to crush these fascists and things like that, because somebody who stands up for their country now and says enough with all this free immigration stuff apparently is a fascist. So this is going on. It is very important. It's going to be happening within less than 24 hours. And I would just suggest anyone who wants to support, go and support. Stay safe, however, and we should all be closely following it, and I'll be commenting on it tomorrow.
Yeah, guys, and as AP was pointing out, there are people watching. Tommy's very clear. He doesn't want people out there fighting and stuff. What is he doing? He's trying to expose the media. That's why he started off with that. Can we all agree the media is straight up garbage and politicians are totally screwing people over and so on? That should be, everyone should be on the same page about that stuff. What would politicians and the media absolutely love is for people to start swinging. That's what they love. Say, you see, they're all violent thugs out here. They're all violent thugs. So they need that kind of reaction they need that kind of reaction. They want that kind of reaction so that they can marginalize a message that, who doesn't agree? Look at the polls on what British people in general think of their media. I think it's like the lowest in the world. I think if I recall, I think it's among the lowest in the world, like their respect for their media, their confidence in their media and so on. So he's exposing them from being a bunch of lying cowards. And so, they're going to want to discredit. Their goal is not to answer him, and their goal definitely isn't to become better journalists. They don't want to do that. What are they left with? They have to discredit him. And so nobody start swinging at all. Nobody do anything stupid. If you see other, matter of fact, I think he says that in the video. I think he says, hey, if you see someone getting out of line, confront them. Let's go ahead and let him finish up here.
Have a celebration. It's a chance for us to celebrate who we are. We're not going to feel ashamed. Keep saying that our English pride we will never hide, yeah? And for too long, people have been made to feel ashamed of who they are. Not tomorrow in London. The jihadists have had their 6 months. Tomorrow it's our day, and it's the first day. Let's not ruin it, okay? There's a vision, there's lots of people talking, lots of people. We need this. I hurt, all of us get upset, we get frustrated, we get scared, we get worried when we see what they've done to our towns and cities, up and down this country, yeah? Don't let them win. Don't let them win. Don't give them that satisfaction. Don't give them that moment. Lads, if one of your boys is stepping out of line, put him in line. Please, all right? If someone's drinking too much, have a word with them, yeah? Let's act respectfully, responsibly, and let's send them a powerful message.
Oh, I thought he was done. Was it got like 1 second left?
I'll wait to see you all in London.
All right. So, guys, interesting situation. It's an interesting situation where if you're really anywhere in the world and you are asked who's Tommy Robinson, if you haven't been listening to actual Tommy Robinson and you've been listening to what the media says about him, you probably think he's a racist scumbag, right? If you listen to what he actually says, doesn't sound like that at all. Doesn't sound like that at all. And so you look and say, okay, well, the media's a bunch of garbage here. But guys, my goodness, what a warrior! What a warrior you've got here. I mean, I don't toss around praise very much, but I mean, this guy's going to be like legend status for a long time. Assuming the British people ultimately win against their massively corrupt leaders and so on. Tommy's going to go down in history as like one guy who was standing with a handful of people against everyone in every position of power trying to crush and destroy him and never broke. They tried to break him. Sometimes he looked like he was starting to crack and he would just come back. Yeah, guys, man, if you're in Great Britain and you have the ability to get behind someone like Tommy, you need to do that. You don't want to spend the rest of your life saying, gosh, why did I sit back and do nothing? Why did I sit back and do nothing?
I heard he has very big testicles, and this is what the world needs right now.
The world,
That's
you
all
heard it
we
here,
need.
folks. AP says the world needs jumbo-sized coconut balls. You heard it here.
Yeah, that's what the world needs right now.
So, yeah, again, you can, if you can show up, definitely want to show up. But be sure you follow Tommy on Twitter, because he pointed out this is day one. He just said it. He said this is day one. So doesn't look like this is the end or something like that. He's not like AP. We're going to go do this and we're going to go hide in bunkers. No, he's starting it off. He's setting it off.
Yes.
As long as Tommy doesn't mess with the Germans, AP will be cool.
Yes, exactly. The funny thing is, on the side, I'm seeing a video right now from the UK. I don't know when this was. Seems quite recent, of a bunch of British people chanting, "Allah, Allah, who the F is Allah."
Oh, the times they are a-changing. Times are changing, AP. AP sitting there thinking we're all going to go hide in our bunkers. No.
You're hiding, boy.
Yep, you just need to shift just a little bit. You need to shift things just a little bit.
Inshallah.
Powerful, powerful, powerful. All right, do some super chats, and then we'll look at a little bit from the Muslim cowboy, our other hero. Hey, David, what do you think makes Islam so attractive to so many people that billions would join. Well,
Has
first
a
of all,
beautiful body.
billions of people did not join. You have billions of people who are born into it because of their families and so on. You have had lots of converts. Islam, as far as I can tell, I think Islam's losing ground as far as converts in lots of places. What are you laughing at? What are you grinning at?
Somebody said Tommy Wiseau when you said Tommy. This you know who that is?
Oh, hi, Muslims. That'd be awesome. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, that's funny. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. So as far as people joining, you've got two main things. One, you have people who are fed up with stuff that happens in the West, and they look to Islam and they say, well, these guys are strong and these guys are base, so let me go with that. So Islam has this like, oh, we're strong. And so if some people are just looking for that, right? They're looking around saying, why is everyone so weak? And oh, these guys are strong. They're strong. Thing is, if you look closer, it's not actually strong. It's pathetic. It's pathetic and weak. And all the show of strength is like a front for desperation and basically being weak-minded and so on, and not being able to handle criticism and throwing violent tantrums and stuff. But that can come across as strong and base to lots of people. So you have some people like that. But apart from that, it's just lies. There are people who fall for Dawah lies. In other words, if I'm talking to a Hindu, which has happened, if I'm talking to a Hindu and I say, hey, what's Diwali? He says, oh, that's our festival of lights and so on, and explains Diwali to me and stuff like that. It doesn't cross my mind that the guy's like lying to me and trying to trick me. If I'm talking to a Jewish rabbi and I ask him something, say, okay, this is what this Jewish rabbi believes. It's not going to cross my mind. Oh, he's trying to deceive me. And so we have a tendency when we're talking to people to think that they're being sincere and at least trying. They may be wrong, but we think that they're trying to give accurate information. And then we talk to Dawah guys and we think they're the same kind of people, that they're trying to speak truthfully when they're not. You're dealing with the biggest bunch of compulsive liars the world has ever seen. And so that's kind of the issue we're talking about now is Dawah is just deception. They'll say anything to get someone to convert. But we're reaching a point in history where people are catching on, where people are starting to catch on faster than the Dawah guys can deceive people. And what's happening? It's what they're getting what they call the avalanche of apostasy. They call it that. We didn't invent avalanche of apostasy, tsunami of apostasy. We didn't invent these. That's what they call it. So they're in panic mode. But yeah, that's why when people convert, it's either just, oh, these guys look strong and it's a different religion and it's exotic or something like that. Or it's they believe in the lie the Dawah guy told them. That's it.
Alhamdulillah.
You have any other theories on people joining? I'm trying to think of other categories. You can occasionally have you have women converts who are like, ooh, he's so strong and manly.
Yeah, there is no large number of people who are converting to Islam, so it's not very attractive. The only thing that some people are praising about it is that oh, look at this, it is strong. It's a strong religion. It's a strong tradition. Strong.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not really traditional in the sense that you would find in the Western traditional sense. Definitely not. It's actually very, very incompatible. With Western traditionalism, it is strong, yeah, insofar that it is a violent religion that is all about subjugation and all that. But no, billions are not converting. Most Muslims today are Muslims because their ancestors were at some point forcibly converted to Islam.
In regard to evolution and Genesis, my conclusion after asking God for understanding is that the animals, etc., were corrupted versions of God's original creation because of the devil, proof in the Bible. That would be one view, among others. Oh, wait, hey, hang on. Next one's about merciful message. The Muslim cowboy tweeted about me and wished me to go to Jahannam. His handle is merciful message. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. We're actually going to look at some stuff from the Muslim Cowboy. AP, I'm convinced that we could basically incorporate, I don't want to do entire shows about the Muslim Cowboy usually, occasionally, Because he's like a gold mine, right? He's like a gold mine. You don't want to blow up and destroy your gold mine. You want to occasionally show up, get a bag of gold from your gold mine, and then move on. But that's how it is with the Dawah guys. They're all gold mines. But yeah, we're going to look at, because my goodness, if I didn't know that he's related to Yusuf Estes and works with him, I would think this guy's joking, that he's a big parody, because he just opens the door on a daily basis. He basically says, "Here, guys, attack Islam again." Every single day. Hey, guys, here's a new way to attack Islam. And just keeps doing it over and over and over again. But it's funny. So anyway, yeah, we're going to look at we'll get through a couple more super chats here, because we have a bunch for some reason. But yeah, we're going to look at our good friend, the Muslim Cowboy, a bit, because it's another example of why people are not trusting Dawah guys anymore. AP, thoughts on Anjem Choudhury? Would you debate him? Anjem Choudhury? I wouldn't debate him anymore. I've debated Anjem Choudhury twice, but he doesn't seem to be very significant anymore. But would you debate him? But this is a question for you. Would you debate him? He said, "I am in the camp of the Muslims, and that is currently headed by Sheikh Osama bin Laden."
I would definitely debate him, but what I would rather do is to do something that might not need any further debate.
The heck is wrong with you?
What? What do you mean?
Yeah, I haven't even heard. I've only occasionally heard of Anjem Choudhury.
Yeah, me neither.
I did 2 debates with him back in the day. We debated whether Muhammad existed. And I had to say at the beginning of the debate, I said, "I believe Muhammad existed. I don't believe you guys with your methods can prove that he existed."
Beast.
And their argument was, "But the Quran says he existed, so he existed." Classic. Versus me and Robert Spencer. So they got crushed in that one. And the other debate I had with him was whether Sharia is good or something nonsense like that.
Sharia is beautiful.
That was the one he kept trying to interrupt me during my concluding remarks. So they had his mic turned off, so he kept writing stuff down and rolling it up. "This is all rubbish." Crybaby. Anyway, dude's a joke now. They're more they're way more popular and influential guys now than him. If he somehow gets popular again, then we can check that out. GoatHub says, "Hey, Ali Dawah is trustworthy. He asks us to drop our grapes in his mouth every night." Oh, this is from GoatHub. Ali Dawah is trustworthy. He asks us to drop our grapes in his mouth every night, so we would know. Yeah, so that's I guess Smiles to Jenna works for there. So guys, if you don't know what we're talking about, Smiles to Jenna graped Ali Dawah in the mouth. He did it in his debate with AP. You can go watch it. It's right there on AP's channel. You can watch AP Apostate Prophet versus Ali Dawah. Watch that debate. There, we couldn't tell. I assumed that it was Ali Dawah's wife or something like this who's graping him in the mouth. But no, it was actually people put it together and showed that you could tell by the sleeve that it was the same thing that Smiles to Jenna was wearing. And so it was Smiles to Jenna graping Ali Dawah in the mouth repeatedly.
Yeah, he was graped, on live stream in front of everyone's eyes by his fellow Muslim Dawah guy and apologist. Pretty disgusting.
Mm-hmm. So that's what these guys do. That's what they do. They're graping each other in the mouth. That's what they do. And so the only question is like, whose fetish was that? Was that Ali Dawah? "Hey, Smiles to Jenna, I just got the idea. Yeah, I always had this fantasy about you graping me in the mouth while I'm talking to the Apostate Prophet." So it's either that or it's I don't know what Smiles to Jenna sounds like, but does he have a British accent or what?
Yeah,
British accent. So he's like,
"Hey, Ali Dawah, I've been having a fantasy for a long time, and I have a
That's
fantasy
a very
about."
sophisticated British accent. He doesn't have that.
Oh, has he got one of the?
"Oh, hey,
And he's like, hey, brother.
hey, bruv, hey, Ali Dawah, yeah, hey, Ali, yeah, I've been having this fantasy, yeah, about you being live in a debate and me graping you in the mouth, isn't it?"
Something like that.
Yes.
Ali Dawah,
Sounds
"Yo,
about-
that's fine with me, yeah, whatever you like."
That's what I have been thinking all this time. It's my greatest dream.
I've been waiting for you to say that, yeah. I was just thinking, you see, this is the power of Allah. I was sitting here thinking I would like Smiles to Jenna to come grape me in the mouth, yeah? And then you walks up to me and says, "Hey, I got to grape you in the mouth. That's my fantasy, isn't it?
He's a weird
Boy,
dude,
so
man.
beautiful. So beautiful, isn't it? Yes. My best, my greatest dream all my life, yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Bruv. The next Zakir Naik says, I trust Ali Dawah, even though he lied to my face. He's nicer to me than David, who calls me a loser every chance he gets. Yeah. So think about what you just said. I call you a loser because you are. And you're a nerd. And you're a total little dork. And you just said, but think, I'm telling you the truth because you need to hear it. And Ali Dawah lied to your face. And you say you trust him? That's how things work in your world? It doesn't make any sense. Uthman insinuated Jews did 9/11 on Sneeko's stream. Does not surprise me. That sounds like something Uthman would do. And it sounds like something Sneeko would instantly buy into.
I think there is one aspect, which is that Jews gave Sheikh Uthman brain damage, and I guess he could hate them for that. Shouldn't, but he has a point there. I would believe him on that.
Uthman, yeah, the guy who faked a hate crime against himself. The Jews set me up. There's a new trend among the Dawah guys on Twitter where they come out and speak up about how they have been intellectually molested by David Wood and Ridvan. Hashtag,
Ooh, nice.
Hashtag me too, brother. Keep up the good work. That would be funny. Hashtag me too, brother. That would be funny. AP needs to stop being Mexican now. No, AP can be Mexican all he wants. Oh,
Yeah,
hey.
makes you see what.
Finally, we got a message from Eli Ezra Copter, and we know his middle name is Ezra. Is AP trying to look like D Wood, or is D Wood trying to look like AP? We don't look the same. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
What are you saying? You saying all super geniuses look alike?
Because we both have faces. What is this?
Hey David, I watched you all the way back with Jesus or Muhammad show. Have you grown more bold or antagonistic towards Islam, or have you always been this passionate in your attacks?
But that is the point. Because when you go back to watch your early videos, it's like you're such a nice guy, and like, yeah, let me tell you everything that is wrong with Islam, so that you no longer falsely follow this false religion and the most obvious false prophet in the world. And nowadays you're like, oh, Muhammad was a child molester, rapist. What is this? What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you exactly. I can tell you exactly what it is. The way I blast away at Islam, that was like, that's exactly how it was with Nabil. Like I would talk about Muhammad and Aisha and all these things, right? For a long time, I understood there were differences among Muslims, right? But early on, the Muslims I knew were pretty nice Muslims. So it's like Nabil and his friends and his family and stuff like that. You're dealing with some nice Muslims. So when you see a guy who's being really aggressive and insulting online, you think this guy, yes, there are Muslims like this. And yes, I can look at the Muslim sources and say the Muslim sources kind of favor this guy's approach over the nice approach, right? But most of the Muslims I knew were really nice Muslims. So that was in my head back then. That was in my head. And I had Muslim friends, right? So when I'm responding to Islam, I would blast away at Muhammad, and I would try, I'd be funny in my responses and so on, but I wasn't going around calling him like pedophile and things like that. I'd bring up the Muhammad and Aisha issue and, hey, flip it back on them. Hey, what do you think about your prophet, climbing on this, prepubescent little girl and stuff. So anyway, so it was like that. But back then in my mind, it was, well, look, I know all these Muslims and they're all nice. So these guys I'm running into online, these are the minority, the guys who act like this. It was after the Dawah scene shifted to like people like Ali Dawah and Muhammad Hijab and so on, where the people I was interacting with, it became clear, no, I think the really nice guys are the minority position. I'm not thinking of of real statistics or anything like that, because I don't know what the actual statistics are. But I came to think that the chest thumping, completely deceptive, always just constantly lying is way more common than I thought it was back then. And so if you're a nice Muslim and I sit down and talk to you, you're not going to hear one mean word out of me. I'm not going to be a jerk. Not 1 second. I'm not going to be a jerk. I will be glad to bring up difficult issues about Muhammad and so on. I'm not going to be more of a jerk than the actual content requires. If you come and you're thumping your chest, I'll destroy you. Okay, then I'm gonna dial up the rhetoric and so on. So it's basically over time, I've learned more about the people I'm dealing with. The point is there's a significantly higher proportion of aggressive people who would like to chop my head off than I had thought before. And so that just changes things. That changes the way I'm going to approach this guy.
Nice.
Let's see. We should check out the Muslim Cowboy here in a second. Gosh, we just have a ton of super chats that I haven't gotten to yet. D Wood, the multiple versions of the Quran are the same. Hate non-Muslims, enslave women, kill gays, kill apostates, and enslave or kill kafirs. It's all the same. That's actually good. I'm going to steal that one too. Islamo probe, right? So that's a good response, isn't it? What about all these different qira'at? What do you mean? It's the same message. Slaughter the unbelievers in the name of Allah and subjugate them and take their women, and women are stupid. You see, it's the same thing, the same message. I'm stealing that. Islamo probe. That's mine now.
That's pretty good.
I'm going to use that. And if you try to use what you said to me at some later point, people will think you're copying me. That's how messed up I am. I will take something that someone said, use it, make it more popular, and then when that other person says the same thing that they originated, people say, wow, that person's copying D. Wood. That's how I roll. This is true. The funniest Dawah guy is Mufti Abu Layth. That is true. As far as actually being funny, a funny personality, Mufti Abu Layth is hilarious.
A little bit, yeah.
Absolutely hilarious. Just sucks that they had to storm his house and stuff like that and threaten him, and he had to dial things back significantly. Yeah. Only Muslim I want in the U.S. is Shake Your Booty.
I agree.
He's the most dangerous one of all, though.
He speaks the truth, though.
Taking the tune from an older song and then applying new lyrics used to be the normal new way songs would often be made. See, Twinkle, Twinkle, ABCs. And you can still do it with like parodies and so on.
Yeah.
That's what they do. A normal way, not the I wish I could edit. Oh, well, yeah. That takes practice too. This was from Solaria talking about YouTube. Yeah. What kind of computer you got, Solaria? If you have an Apple device, then it comes with editing software. German media is being exposed for being hypocrites. German media too? I thought it was just the British.
No, German media is bad.
What do you think's worse, German media or British media?
Probably British media, honestly.
See, he can't say one bad word about German. See that?
No, it's just British media is just bad. I don't know how else to say it. It's just I don't know how else to describe it. It's just bad. Bad. That's what it is.
Doesn't it suck that, you've always had crap journalists and stuff like that, but back in the day, you did have some guys who were, we have to get the truth to people no matter the cost.
Uh-huh.
And they rolled like that. And now it's, we have to lie to people no matter the cost.
It's so ridiculous. In German media, you still have, on German TV, you still have people who actually, who honestly say whatever they think, no matter the backlash they get. You still have comedy that is quite unforgiving. And you even have like drama shows centered around criticizing certain aspects of immigrant communities within Germany. In Berlin, for example, the UK is just so soft. It's incredible.
D. Wood, were you on Ritalin as a child? No. I was offered drugs once people found out I had mental health problems, but I thought my brain was so superior that I didn't want drugs to mess them up. It's kind of an interesting situation because I mean, I grew up around drugs. It was totally everyone did drugs. A lot of you have been watching for a while know. Like my mom died of an overdose. One of my brothers died of an overdose. My other brother is in prison for drugs right now. So drugs were all around me and so on. But it's funny that like my the narcissistic wing of my psychopathy was you guys are so I had a sort of natural immunity to most peer pressure because hey, you guys don't pressure me into doing things. I'm superior to you all. And I viewed my brain as like the pinnacle of human evolution. And so I don't want to interfere with that. And so it actually kept me away from drugs when I was an atheist. And then, so by the time I was a Christian, I didn't have to struggle with that anymore because I'd never messed with it. I mean, when I was really little, I did. I'd smoke weed when I was like 6 and 7 and stuff like that. But, and then David, did you end up learning Islam and their beliefs when you were in prison? I learned a little bit before I was in prison, and then I learned some more when I was in prison. I had Muslim friends in prison. I was friends with a convert to Islam there for a while. There's actually a video on this. You can on the channel. He posted clips from a live stream I did about this with one of my bunkmates from prison, a guy named Kane. But yeah, that live stream is no longer up. But the channel, it's called "You See the Truth." It's one of you. Someone here. I don't even know whose channel that is. But You See the Truth. Someone has a channel called You See the Truth or something like that. And he posts clips. He posts clips from my live streams and stuff like that. And he's got clips of those. But one of those is how I got started dealing with Islam. And it was not a happy intro. What are you laughing at?
It's funny that there is a channel called You See the Truth.
Yeah, that's funny, isn't it? You see, it's the truth.
You see the truth.
You see, this is the truth or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. That cracks me up.
It is You See the Truth. Yeah, that's it.
Now I understand why AP loves us Jews, a.k.a. Nazis to the leftist.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Is that why?
I don't know.
Dawah voice. You little weaklings, we will be watching. Imagine same thing if Christian stabs Muslims in Europe. What Muslims will do. Pakistan example. It's true. That's true. German media immortalized that song with their 24/7 media coverage for 1.5 weeks. They made it a meme that even Ausländer themselves are singing. Is that true? Did they actually... It's not the same thing as a Streisand effect. The Streisand effect's where you're trying to silence something, and you engaging in silencing it actually brings more attention to it. But it's somewhere in the same ballpark of we will have to expose this, but you make it more popular.
It's I have seen that the media is covering it or has been covering it extensively, and they went to ridiculous lengths so that that the police actually got involved in tracking down all of the people that were seen on the video to take legal action against them, and also to do something for at their workplace and whatever it is. But yeah, the people really got so familiar with the song apparently, and this just sounds very very familiar to how I know the German community and also the regular German immigrant or second generation immigrant community. I know that lots of Turks often would join in with such what you call xenophobic things and also funnily repeat them. So yeah. Plausible.
Indeed. All right, we still got more super chats, but let's go ahead and check out AP's hero, the Muslim cowboy. You ready for this?
Yes.
Where'd I put that? Oh, here we go. What's wrong with this guy, man? What's wrong with him, AP? AP, come on. What's wrong with this dude, man? I said it's like he wakes up and like opens the door on how to make fun of Muhammad and Islam. Guys, look at this. After all this stuff he says, defending child marriage and everything else, he wakes up and says, "You know what? I got a good tweet to share. I'll say Islam protects the rights of all children, not just Muslim."
This is so stupid.
But guess what? People can't resist. It's like he opens the door and people can't help themselves. Now, I don't know if that's what I'm saying. If this were some kind of grift, it would make perfect sense, right? You give someone like free shot. Go ahead. I'm going to say something so incredibly stupid you can't resist taking a swing at Islam right now. That's what I'm saying. It's like he makes it too easy to just blast him, and you'd think this is just like this is an inside job or something like that, but it can't be. He's like cousins with Yusuf Estes, and they work together. And he does freak out. He freaks out when people blast away at Islam, but he opens the door repeatedly. So I don't know, man. I don't know if this guy's playing some like fourth dimension chess. We haven't figured out what he's on to. But look at this. So Islam protects the rights of all children. Cameron Bertuzzi, capturing Christianity. This guy's really nice compared to AP. Look what he says. Does it protect the rights of 9-year-old girls? Oh,
I mean, that guy just set himself up here completely. And yeah, the question is like, is he aware of what he's doing? Like, why would you make such a stupid tweet? You know exactly how people will react.
Yeah, he knows exactly. That's what I mean, right? Like you know one of the biggest problems people have with your fake prophet, Muslim cowboy, is that he molested a 9-year-old girl. And so it would seem to be common sense that you don't just make these huge openings for people to make fun of your prophet on a daily basis. But you do. Every single thing you post is like opening the door for making fun of your prophet. That's so weird to me. That's so incredibly weird. But let's go ahead. What's that?
Wide open.
Let's go ahead and check this out. I want to look at the responses in general to this. Islam protects the rights of all the little children. All the little children of the world. Ready? Let's check the responses here, ladies and gentlemen. So this is straight off his page right here. What's this? What's Kate say? So, kidnapping, raping, taking them as child brides, etc., is what you call protecting children's rights? What exactly do they have as a right? The right to be your slave? As if the person reading this doesn't live on planet Earth. Hang on. Wait, but look, here's what's crazy. You can go up, and so 1,600 comments, and these seem to be mostly people blasting away at him. But then 6,500 likes. So there are still people who are liking this insanely idiotic post, which is basically an open invitation to make fun of Muhammad. So he says Islam protects all the children, not just Muslims. He says not Jews, Christians, gays, atheists, apostates, or 6-year-old girls. Really? Then explain this. It will be a slap. It was narrated by Saad, blah, blah, blah. Messenger of Allah, we killed the children of the polytheists during the night raids. He said they are from them. So not protecting those kids.
Well, that's just the Islamic way of protecting them.
Yeah, I protect them by molesting them.
You
How
see?
old was Aisha when married, slept with Prophet Muhammad? She was 9, secular, and Muslim cowboy admits that. He just says she was a woman. And then what is this Pally Cowboy? I don't know what that's about. How ludicrous. Yeah. And then here's someone just jumping on some act blue. Dank humor. That is simply not true. You have a strangled definition of protect. More tequila lessons required, evidently. I do not want to play that video. There's some messed up stuff. It's all child bride stuff. But graping them is fine. Got it. You're an idiot. Graping of children is punishable by death in Islam. Really? Was Muhammad punished with death? I'm shocked you are literally okay with just making things up. May Allah guide you. Here's an ongoing problem. Yeah. Muslim cowboy. This dude is not making things up. You could disagree with him, but he's not making things up. Most people in the West would think that a 6-year-old is not capable of giving consent to something like marriage, or that a 9-year-old girl is not capable of giving consent to something like that. And so they would regard it as sexual assault if you're doing it to a girl who has no clue what's going on. She's not actually giving consent. She has no clue what's going on. And the Muslim sources show she had no clue what's going on when she's taken to Muhammad's house. So, and we've already seen from AP's buddy Fareed that no, it's parental consent. That's what matters. Parental consent. So this isn't people making things up. This is you having a screwed up definition that a 2-year-old, a 2-year-old, an 11-month-old, their parents can give consent, and then you can bang them, and that's just sick. But you acting like we're the sick one. We're the sick people here. Hey, we have Sir Whitemeat here. I'm just going to leave this here. He says, "Yep, it's me. We support our Prophet's marriage to Aisha at 9. No big deal. She was a woman through and through." She was a prepubescent 9-year-old girl who was a woman through and through, according to this guy.
Yeah.
Reminder, this guy believes 9-year-old girls are fully grown women. Anyway, the point is, guys, look at this. Remember reading about Jewish children of Banu Qurayza? Yeah. What happened on October 7th? Yeah, respecting the kids. That's why Muhammad raped. My goodness. Look, it's just full. They're blasting away at him. Blasting away. Bakabazi.
That's what you get.
This is crazy. BS. Where's the support? Didn't protect Aisha. Liar. Wow. Okay, so just wanted to give everyone an idea of what's going on. This is what I'm talking about with people not trusting Dawah anymore.
Yep.
Too many people have caught on. Now you bring something up that you would have gotten away with just 10 years ago, and you don't get away with it. You don't get an inch anymore. This is wild stuff.
But why? Why? When Muslims have been nothing but reliable, when Dawah has been nothing but reliable, when they have told us nothing but the truth, when they are always so open and honest about everything, why would people not trust? I don't understand.
This, by the way, this is, there's a reason we covered a couple different topics. These things are all connected, right? So we've got the Dawah guys who they've built their entire lives and careers upon lying to people. And I pointed out, most people, when you're asking someone about their religion, they're telling you about their religion, you think they're being truthful. You don't realize, no, there's this one group that will lie to you in a heartbeat. So on the one hand, all the things that they've spent years lying about and we've exposed, we just kept exposing it until it started becoming common knowledge that these are lies. And you can see that there. Still tons of work to do, ladies and gentlemen. There are still tons and tons of people who do not know that these guys are liars. So there's more work to do. The point is, way more people now have caught on to this game than had 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and so on. So that's one issue. On the other, then in addition to that, you have people like Tommy, people like the other critics of Islam, who were telling people 15 years ago exactly what was going to happen. And people around them who were told for years, year after year, they were told by their politicians, they were told by their journalists, these guys are lunatics and racists, and these things will never happen. They just hate brown people. That's why they're saying these things. But those things are never going to happen. Meanwhile, people are looking around right now going, oh, it's happening. Hey, exactly what Tommy said was going to happen? It's happening. It's happening. Yep. Oh, my goodness, it's happening. Every single thing. And wait a minute, all the things the journalists and the politicians said were lies were actually completely true. So wait, I can't trust these guys. Who should I trust? Maybe the guys who are telling the truth the entire time. So that's going on. And then, of course, all the things that we were told were lies, like in the moral realm, like wanting to kill apostates and banging little girls and stuff, that everyone said was a lie back then. Now the Dawah guys are shouting it from the rooftops, and people, wait a minute, the Dawah guys said these were lies years ago. Now they said it was lies years ago. Now they're saying, no, it's all true. Well, I don't trust those guys. But the Dawah guys and the politicians and the journalists were all united saying these guys are liars. And now all the guys that we thought were liars were telling the truth. That means these guys, I don't trust any of these guys anymore. That's what's going on in the world of Dawah.
But we've seen it the other day already. We watched that video we looked at the tweets, the explanations from Hamza Tortis. And Hamza Tortis was...
Perfect example.
He explained very simply that there is a reason why there is an apostasy penalty, and it actually makes sense. It is because people like me, and he was talking specifically about me there again. He said people like me, we cause corruption and we spread dangerous ideas, harmful ideas, and it is of course the duty of Muslims like himself to make sure that people who spread such harmful ideas are silenced. Therefore, it makes sense to punish apostates. Makes perfect sense. I don't understand what your problem is, David.
Yeah, and think about that, AP. It's the Dawah guys get to tell you what to believe, and they happen to be the biggest bunch of liars we've ever seen. And then, well, if you don't mindlessly go along with us, we're going to slaughter you in the name of Allah.
Makes sense.
You want a perfect example of this, AP?
Yes.
Here's the other thing. There's one component I wasn't including, but it's along those lines of the actual threats and intimidation. That's another aspect here. That Islam has been able for long periods of time to threaten people into keeping quiet about certain things. And now it's just not working as well as it used to. And so that's another thing. But I wanted to share this clip because this is from an ex-Muslim who's asked about Islam, but who says he's even as an ex-Muslim, even though he's pretty comfortable criticizing religion, he still has a problem criticizing Islam. But let's go ahead and check this out.
As an ex-Muslim, the last thing I'm going to do is...
What?
Why are we playing some other ex-Muslim's clip when I'm here?
What? Because this guy is a little too concerned for his safety to criticize Islam. You're not, okay, because you are safe and sound.
I see. Fine. Okay.
And have an arsenal. So wait, he's replying to the comment so there's a comment from Neo there. I don't know if it's too small for some people to read, especially if you're watching this on your phone or something like that. But it says, if you, the Matrix, you see, it's a Matrix attack. If you can prove that the Quran and the teachings of the prophets are wrong, I'll quit being a Muslim. Hey, Neo, come ask that to us. We'd be happy to answer that. But he's about to explain why he doesn't answer that. Take in mind that he didn't know how to read or write, yet revealed things happening 1400. What did he reveal?
The eyes are the last strip of the anus.
Yes. How did he know this? It's scientists who recently confirmed this. It looks like the comment got cut off here, but he's probably talking about scientific miracles or something like that. And so this is what I mentioned. Like, even though the Dawah guys have caught on and they're acknowledging that certain things were total deception, you do have people at the popular level who don't know it yet. And so there's just work to be done, guys. You have to be relentless. Find something, find some point, learn it well, and share it everywhere. But watch how he responds to someone saying, hey, why don't you disprove Islam and I'll leave Islam?
As an ex-Muslim, the last thing I'm going to do is publicly argue with a Muslim or attempt to disprove Islam because I fear for my life. Muslims are the only group of people that cannot handle any criticism of their religion or beliefs at all.
Ouch.
That's already too much.
Dude, it's kind of weird because on the one hand, I'm like, oh, he's based. But on the other hand, he's saying, I don't want to criticize Islam because
the funny thing is, what he's saying already is already too much and is already too offensive to Muslims. So in order to prove his point that he is totally wrong about Muslims being intolerant, and that he has no reason to be afraid, he might very well get attacked and killed.
Yeah, we'll beat you up for saying you're too scared to criticize our religion.
How dare you be scared?
How dare you be scared of us? You see?
will literally drag people in the streets and kill them. Now, this isn't Islamophobia speaking, nor is it an excuse for Islamophobes. I was raised with Islam, so I have intimate experience on dealing with Muslims and their beliefs. I can't tell you the number of times Muslims have told me, oh, I just want to have a conversation with you so I can try and better understand why you left Islam. And the moment I open my mouth and present my opinions and my beliefs, they switch up on me and they get so angry, they get so offended, and I don't say anything particularly offensive. I just present my views on why I believe Islam, like every other religion, is false. I have openly spoken against Christianity and Judaism on my platform. And
what are you shaking your head for?
He lost me when he said, this is no excuse for Islamophobes.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too, because he's saying like the most Islamophobic stuff I've ever heard in my entire life.
And then he also loses me at...
all religions, yeah.
I just can't vibe with that anymore, with all that, with that general attitude.
Isn't this kind of funny? So, I mean, on the one hand, it's kind of cool that he's going ahead and pointing this out. On the other hand, he's saying, hey, I speak against Christianity and Judaism on my platform. Well, why don't you talk about Islam? Because I'm scared for my life. So, yeah, I'll talk about Judaism and Christianity, but not about Islam. It kind of goes back. I mean, that's been an issue for a long time. That was what the South Park guys, Matt Parker and Trey Stone, they're actually cool. They wanted to make fun of Muhammad. And they said it. They said, what are we going to make fun of these guys? We're going to make fun of the Mormons because they won't kill us. But, well, we're not going to make fun of these guys because they'll kill us. That's messed up. No way. We got to make fun of Muhammad. They were saying that when there was leading up to their Muhammad episodes. They're like, we're not going to make fun of all the nice people and all the people who say they're going to kill us. We're not going to make fun of. No, we're not. It's not happening. And then it happened anyway. It happened anyway because it was actually the studio said, we have death threats from these guys. And so we have to censor all this stuff. So it actually works to an extent, ladies and gentlemen. But the point is you have had people like this who have been scared for a long time. But it seems like the number of people who are scared to talk about this is going down. And you've got more people speaking out and more people speaking out regularly. Again, we just saw like Cameron Bertuzzi. We've seen tons of videos by Inspiring Philosophy. You have Christian apologists who were entirely focused on other issues for years, and all of a sudden they start blasting away at Islam because they look at what's going on. All of a sudden, wait, these guys, what? You're defending what? Oh my goodness. Oh, I have to say something about that.
It's because they're jealous of the greatness of Islam.
Yeah, they see Ali Dawah's wife using a dry erase board. They're like, what? How did he get his wife to be so submissive?
They also want to do the same, but they can't get it done because they're weaklings.
Little weaklings.
Why haven't I talked about Islam? Because of Muslims. You all are scary as f***. I have gotten death threats before. That's why
What are you laughing at? I beeped that. I bleeped that.
I know, but just saying that is kind of funny.
It is funny that that's what I find funny about this. He's simultaneously saying, I want to talk about your stuff because you guys, because I'm scared. But my goodness, you guys are scary as. It's kind of funny. You know what this reminds me of Penn Jillette. Penn Jillette one year. What he was talking about some of this stuff. And he said, what is the worst possible thing I can say about your religion? The worst thing I can say about your religion is I'm not allowed to talk about it. That's the worst thing I could possibly, from my perspective, the worst thing I can say about your religion is I'm not allowed to talk about it or criticize it. He's talking about Islam, but yeah. So anyway, people have gotten the same message over time.
Say that, not because I'm being an asshole. All that aside, I don't engage in talking religion with religious people. I'm not here to change your mind. I literally don't care what you think as long as you don't harm me and other people. The catch-22 about religion is it requires faith. It requires believing in something that cannot be disproven or proven. This isn't the realm of logic or reason. I can't disprove that God exists in the same way that I can't disprove that Santa Claus exists. So why would I waste my time? The thing about atheism...
Hey, we've heard of the Dawah script. We've got the New Atheist script here, AP. And AP's like, oh, he's making such great points. He's based. No, these are lame points.
It's so funny that this stuff the regular new atheism script, meanwhile, sounds very cringeworthy to me. The whole comparison to Santa Claus.
Yeah, it's like Santa. It's like the Easter Bunny. It's like, dude, where'd you get your criticisms from? 2002.
Yeah.
This is, we're not out here preaching people to become atheists. It is a personal choice that you make.
Oh yeah, no one does that.
Flip side, Bible thumpers and Quran thumpers are on every corner trying to get people to believe, to convert. For the sake of argument, let's say Islam is the one true religion. There's about 2 billion Muslims on the planet. So what about the remaining 6 billion people on this planet? Is Allah going to damn them to Jahannam because they didn't believe, because they were born on the wrong side of the planet? Is that a God you want to believe in? I don't want to believe in such a God. I've spent many years researching and learning about the religions of this planet using logic and reason, and I've come to the conclusion that the likelihood of a God existing is very low. And unless he parts these clouds right now and pops out his head and says hello, I'm fairly confident in my assessment. But the one thing I will not do is sit here and argue with the Muslim about Islam.
I always love it. I have to say, AP, and I'm not talking about. There are very, very, very smart atheists, and when I'm sitting in a room, I have to say, I normally feel like I'm always thinking, like, big picture, grand scheme of things. How much of what can be known do I actually know? Very, very little. Like, very little. I think I know very little of what can actually be known. But if I'm normally in a room with like 5 or 6 people, I normally think, yeah, I'm the smartest guy in this room. I've been in the room with atheists when I think this guy is massive. Massimo Piglucci. I was at a conference with that guy, atheist. Every time I heard this guy speak on every issue that come up, all I can think is, gosh, this guy has massively more brain power than I do. But
I don't know why you're making up Italian names.
I'm making this point that this guy right here, when he says, and based on all the careful research I've done, it kind of has the vibe of like Rosie from Rosie's Corner when she's like, when she's asked about Muhammad and Aisha, she goes, well, okay, based on the research that I've done, all the research I've done, it's like you saw a YouTube video and you went to some article on some lame Dawah site. That's the vibe I get from this guy. Even though I kind of like him for pointing out what he just pointed out. And based on my careful research, come on, dude.
Based. Yeah, it's. I said I find it meanwhile very cringeworthy.
Cringe. Yeah, I'm.
Because the research, as you pointed out, does not consist of actual research. It is mostly just I engage with certain debates and see posts and videos, and I think about it, and I conclude, yeah, this makes more sense than that. That's the research, usually.
Powerful research. All right, a couple super chats. You seen the video of Sneeko and his whiteboard wife? I saw him with a chick he's doing like I didn't see the video. I saw like a screenshot of it and people were saying, look, it's spreading. I assume he's doing like a parody of Ali Dawah, kind of, but it's like, is this going to become the new thing of like your status symbol is your wife writing via a whiteboard?
You see,
like this is how she. Yeah, I'm thinking like this is another thing where the Dawah guys are all obsessed with showing how strong and base they are, trying to win over a certain segment of the population, when they're going to be turning more people away from Islam and going, what? The religion where the women have to write using whiteboards because their voices will be too tempting if anyone hears them? Idiotic.
But did you do all the research based on reason and logic to conclude that is actually
good,
or?
I did all the research. I examined all the studies and my assessment based on all my careful years of research on whether these guys are based for having women write on whiteboards is that they are stupid.
That's good. Good enough.
Hey, here we go. Rid Van Cohen goes to Germany and a guy gets stabbed.
Yeah.
That would be funny if everything was actually you behind the scenes.
Yes.
Do my leather straps deceive me? Dawood Al-Wood and the great Shake Your Booty are collabing again? What? Where's Shake Your Booty? Where's Shake Your Booty?
I don't know. I don't think that's Some people think I look like Shaky Booty, which is very strange.
Coming soon, German Stan, London Stan, Francis Stan.
Francis Stan.
I don't know if this is like what we think is most likely. Which do we think is most likely as in a Stan AP? We'll say it on three. We'll say it on three at the same time. Oh wait, no. I was gonna say I was gonna say what's that?
As we see them here on the screen, you mean?
Yeah, if you had to assess which is most likely one of these places to become an Islamic state, I would have said France, but London was the option. He didn't say UK. He said London. London is most likely.
I would definitely say London.
Yeah. If you talked about the entire country, what would you say?
That's a difficult question. It's difficulter than the initial question, but I would still lean toward the UK, but also be conflicted and think about France. I would say, despite Germany's contribution to all this mess, I would say that Germany is still not as bad as the UK or France.
Yeah, my view, I don't think any of them will become Islamic states. But
yeah, I don't think either.
If one were to become, I'd go with France, and that's just my assessment of French people.
Yeah. I do think, though, that London itself as an entity, it's very likely, I would say, that there is a risk of it in the future being taken over and
like breaking off, right? And just saying we're our own separate thing now. What are you going to do about it?
Attempts to create an Islamic entity of London.
Yeah, and guys, this is why we've been talking about, like, there were times when you could deal with things pretty peacefully. What do you do as the numbers increase and you end up with you've got millions of people in one city say, actually, we've decided that this city is ours now and we're breaking away. What do you do? Do you lock them all up? Do you put the whole population in? What do you do? How do you deal with that? Do you send in the army and fight it out? Like, that's the point. You can end up with situations where all you've got is some sort of bloodbath option. And you didn't need to get to that point. But you did. And somehow the guy who sits here and says, here's how you avoid a bloodbath is the bad guy.
Yeah.
My goodness.
I don't want people to die. I don't want the mess. I just want the glorious Europe to continue its glory as it was built instead of being ruined by a lack of civilization.
Hey, this is funny. D Wood is like if your construction worker uncle actually had a doctorate in philosophy and used it on the side. That's pretty good. That's pretty good description, because I have been a construction worker. I used to do house framing. I did that in the summers when I was in college, and I was doing. I worked for a moving company. When I was locked up, it was like you have to have a job in there. I would usually get the job that I thought was quickest. Like, what could I do most quickly, so that I can spend the rest of the day like reading and stuff like that. But it would usually be like cleaning the bathrooms or something like that. So, because it was gross, because you're cleaning the toilets of a bunch of inmates. Nasty, right? Well, guess what? I could scrub the entire bathroom in 20 minutes and scrub the shower walls. And I liked scrubbing the entire thing because then I knew it was clean. I didn't have to rely on someone else and stuff. But anyway, keep in mind, I spent years doing stuff like that, cleaning, sweeping floors and scrubbing inmate toilets and cleaning inmate showers and stuff like that. And then, did framing, did work for a moving company, worked for a test prep company, teaching people SAT and stuff like that for a while. But yeah, and then got a PhD along the way.
This is kind of funny. Because when I went to the military in Turkey,
go to the military in Turkey,
and I had to spend the first few months in training. when we would have to do these ridiculous little jobs sometimes to spend our time, I would always want to be distributed into the whole toilet cleaning or bathrooms cleaning or showers cleaning section instead of doing all of the other things, because I had kind of this idea that it's very straightforward to do,
Yeah.
and it's all dirty anyway.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, I did stuff like that. Yeah, but because there were jobs that took the entire day. Like for a while, I worked in the stock room, but you had to be in the stock room. Like you went down there in the morning, and you left in the evening. So it's like normal. It's like normal job, except you get paid like 27 cents an hour. So yeah, as soon as I got the opportunity to do something that was quick, yeah. If I were locked up again, I had the choice of jobs, I would go with cleaning the bathroom, cleaning the toilets and stuff like that. Just because it was quick. It's quick and it's done. It's quick and it's done. What?
Neat Shogun just made a $500 super chat.
Finally. I don't know why. I don't know why it's because, we get lots of super chats and stuff like that. I don't know why it's taken so long we're like halfway through the super chats, and I feel like we've gone through like a million super chats. We haven't, but normally I feel like we go through them quicker. Am I talking too long?
Yeah.
Let's do a couple rapid fire. Ready? I mean, to be fair, D-Wood, the humiliation of Germany at the end of World War I and the crushing impositions from the treaty forced on them did make it far, far more likely that one Painterly would rise to power. That's one way of looking at it. Or you can look at it as they didn't crush them enough after World War I. They were too easy on them. They went too easy on them, and that's why they rose up again.
No, definitely the first theory that Celeria presented. That was also my point that I was getting at.
I know exactly what you're getting at. Sympathy for the devil.
No, because it's so ridiculous that so the Allied powers in the First World War, as a result, imposed such conditions on Germany, and also on other countries, by the way, that built huge resentment among them. Because they limited their armies, limited their economies, limited their diplomatic interactions, pretty much everything there is. So it was very, very easy for Hitler and his movement and others to come out and say, look, we are being oppressed, we are being suppressed, we are being held back, we are being told by these foreign powers what we can and cannot do. This is why we are in poverty, while they are expanding, and so on. So they basically... they set it up in such a way that it was very easy for a messed up guy like Hitler to come along and rile the people up against the Central Powers. So yeah.
So you see, they deserved what they got. Those British, those British and those French and the U.S. They got what they deserved. Thank you, hero of Germany.
That's what they did. That's what they did.
But seriously, when we're talking about like eventually getting to the point where the population just rises up and says, screw all you. You're not getting away with this. It's similar to that kind of situation where people get so fed up that when a guy stands up and says, I'll deal with this whole problem for you. It's not going to be pretty, but I'll deal with the problem for you. I might have to take on everyone. There might be millions of bloody deaths, but I'll take care of it for you. They're like, that's our guy.
And that was a perfect environment for some complete lunatic like Hitler to jump into the situation and say, I will save you from this situation. I will fix this. Just put your trust in me and I will
do whatever I say. And look what happens. Millions of deaths.
Most people didn't really support him. They weren't really a fan of him, but many people were kind of steered into his camp. And yeah, look what it did.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, that's one of the ongoing problems when we talk about dealing with problems peacefully without violence while you still can, before the population explodes in a rage and rallies around some charismatic figure who promises to protect their children from the onslaught that's coming, and they don't trust the politicians and they don't trust the media and so on, and so they turn to someone who is going to deal with the problem. Guess what? Then that guy goes and I'll deal with the problem for you. And then other nations, they take sides and they're against him. And so, and then what? Bloodbath. World War III. Could have been avoided. If people had just listened, like I was about to say, to listen to AP, but he's the guy who's trying to get to World War III.
It's so boring, man. When are we finally there?
I literally just said, why don't we go rapid fire through some questions? And then we spent 15 minutes talking about the...
When is World War III starting? I'm getting so bored. What is
yes,
this,
what the heck?
Yeah.
I'm ready. Did you guys hear about... Let's do some rapid fire. Did you guys hear about the 12-year-old in Nigeria who caught an amputation by his uncle for stealing a phone? No. That would not surprise me, though. I'm interested in sharing that, though. So send me that on Twitter. What is the best thing that Muslims use for why they even believe Muhammad is a prophet at all? How can they just accept him as a real prophet? That's one of the things
He
that
was
we've been...
a reliable person. The people who used to say that he's very reliable.
Yeah. Guy, it's solitary Emmy. We dealt with that recently when we went through some stuff by Muhammad Hijab, but I'm actually serious. I'm totally serious. I have no clue what their arguments are anymore, because all their arguments from 15 years ago, they acknowledge were all deceptive. And then when we get glimpses, like when Muhammad Hijab is asked, so why believe in Islam? There's nothing of any substance anymore. I mean, remember, we went through Muhammad Hijab's clip on defending Islam. His go-to argument was, well, Muhammad preached monotheism. Keep in mind, they're asking why Islam is true. Islam is the whole religion, which is massively based on doing everything Muhammad says. Every mindlessly following everything Muhammad has ever said. And so he preached monotheism, therefore you're going to mindlessly agree with everything he says? And so what's the problem with that? Tons of people preach monotheism. If I said right now, hey, I'm a prophet, and oh yeah, there's only one God, would that be any evidence, according to these guys? Would that be any evidence that I'm a prophet? They say, no, because you came after Muhammad. Well, what's that mean? It means that preaching monotheism isn't the criterion. Muhammad is somehow the criterion. So it's all a sham. And his number two was the character of Muhammad. That was his number two argument. This is ridiculous, beyond ridiculous. But that's where they're at now. It's pathetic. Hey, what's this? Hey, look at this. Where have you been, Tezbot? Have you heard about the rally scheduled for tomorrow in London? Tommy Robinson and Maya Tusi organized. Oh, I didn't know Tusi was involved.
There's a rally tomorrow?
Hmm?
There's a rally tomorrow?
Yeah, it sucks we didn't know about it. We could have gone.
Well, too late now.
Yeah, we had a discussion of that earlier, Tezbot. Fascism thrives on poverty, desperation, and enemies.
Yes. That's what they do.
Yep. Oh, and here's the thing, guys. People said it long before I did, but I've been saying it. At the end of the day, your population either needs to be controlled from within or from without. And what I mean from within or from without, I mean individuals either need to have some sort of self-control and work together to have a good society, or if you can't manage that, and all you have is division and fighting amongst yourselves, control is going to come from outside of you. And you're not going to like that. And then you're going to wonder, and you're going to regret it and wonder, gosh, we didn't realize how good we had it. Salam al-Masih, and God bless. We will pray for the kuffar sitting with you. Nice. Say hi in Ali Dawah to my mom, Diana. I mean in Ali Dawah's voice?
Of course.
Hey, yo, Diana. You need to convert to Islam, yeah? It's really powerful, and so many people is getting fed up with the doctrine of the Trinity. Yeah, it's be so confusing to people that's why there's massive conversion to Islam, yeah? So get on board where you can now. We're giving you your own whiteboard.
And people is confused, yeah, about John. Who's John? John the Presbyter. Yeah.
John the Presbyter, him said it, yeah.
You guys rock. Thanks for doing your shows. Yes, I agree. We rock. Sue. I said, hey, Sue ain't so pretty, so I no care if she dies. Like it was a joke, buddies. I do care and do feel bad.
That's pretty
Tarun, you seem obsessed with convincing us that something was that bad. It wasn't that bad, and we weren't taking it seriously to begin with.
No, I think it's kind of messed up.
From Goat Hub Music, I wonder if Dia liked it rough, because he's the dog. You do have to wonder why they call him the dog.
Yeah.
5'4" was 9 years old. You see, yes.
You see,
Ayatollah says, D Wood, who wants to go to the Four Seasons Orlando? AP, me. What's this about? Four Seasons Orlando.
I do not know.
I don't know what that means. Hotel in Orlando. It's Disney World. Don't know. Solaria says, yeah, I know I oughtn't to dwell too much on the quality of my materials as of now, as there is much room to improve. I was just expressing my my gratitude. Yeah, and Solaria, that's just a lesson. It's basically, I mean, you can go to any YouTuber who's been doing it for a long time and ask what advice they can give you all kinds of advice, but one of the things is get started. Don't focus on making the perfect video. Focus on putting out content and improving it over time. That's how it works. AP, what does Quran taste like?
Poison.
Fermented cat urine would be my answer, but you asked AP, so he says poison.
Poison.
AP doesn't totally endorse Tommy Robinson because Tommy doesn't slander the Turks enough. That's true.
Yeah. That's where I disagree with him quite a bit.
Mr. Bukhari! Diha. Rasulullah, babe, you know I like it when you wear Aisha's burqa. The way it wraps around those big, strong, manly shoulders. What is this, man? It's got this skeet symbol up on there. Corrupter of the Land says top 10 things Allah should have known but got wrong in the Quran. Can't answer that now, but I've been
Top 10. You want 10 right now?
Let's give a quick rundown because I thought about this came up recently, and someone was suggesting like top 10 scientific errors, top 10 historical blunders, and things like that. If it's just top 10 things Allah should have known but got wrong, you'd have to go with something like Ezra.
I immediately think of Ezra. That's the number one thing.
Ezra.
Then science
stuff. So sun setting in a muddy pool. Stars are missiles that Allah uses to shoot demons. Semen is formed between the backbone and the ribs. Stuff about Alexander. Building the wall and stuff like that.
Definitely the sun and where it's going.
Sleepers. You've got the myths that are passed off as reliable history. So the sleepers in the cave, things like that. Trying to think of
a lot of things about Jesus.
Jesus not dying by crucifixion. If you go with that, which is the dominant Muslim position.
Many things around that.
Yeah. So somewhere in there, there's a lot to choose from. That would be good to figure out ways to break it down. Top 10 scientific errors, top 10 historical blunders, top 10 theological problems, or something like that. See? No Zabiba, opinion rejected.
That's funny.
That'd be fun. We need to use that in a skit. We need to have like some Muslims that are arguing a point, but it all comes down to who's got the biggest Zabiba. And like they get progressively bigger and bigger. or like the debate continues and they keep coming back with like bigger Zabibas.
It's funny how we come up with these dumb jokes and they just become these running gags, and it's hilarious.
I'm sure the Abduls won't be playing jihad music or wearing militant gear at the Hope Not Hate counter protests. Yeah. And if they did, the media would still defend them. Doesn't matter. You could have a bunch of jihadis showing up, promising to slaughter people, Tommy would still be the bad guy, according to the media.
Yes.
Tommy, AP, the rally is at 10 a.m. AP. AP shows up an hour late. Hey, I'm here for the... Where did everyone go? Oh, overslept.
That's what
On the hadith have the dumbest line of thought when it comes to validity, but would it not be easier to make fun of Islam if the hadith were valid due to nonsense like the milk rats? Oh, okay, so it's easy to dismiss hadiths because, you know, they're silly historical method, but wouldn't it be easier to make fun of Islam if the hadiths were just straightforward and valid because of all the nonsense? Well, I mean, keep in mind, when you're talking about the hadiths, you're talking about things that, you know, if you're talking about like Sahih al-Bukhari, you're talking about something that between 80 and 90% of Muslims believe is solid. So you can still make fun of it. And if you happen to run into a Muslim who says, no, I don't believe in these hadiths, be careful, because some Muslims will say they don't believe in the hadiths even though they do. And so if they say, I don't believe in the hadiths, I only believe in the Quran, ask them a simple question. How many times a day do you pray? Quran says 3. Hadiths say 5. So it's a dead giveaway if he says 5. Yeah. Hey, Hamza Tortoise is here. Tommy is hiding from me. He's a weakling. Hamza, what a joke. Ayatollah says, AP on Chowdhury, and I, quote, would definitely debate him, but I would prefer to do something that might not need further debate.
It was quite clear, right?
Yeah. We're gonna leave that. We're gonna leave it at that, Ayatollah. Why does CP say Ali Dawah is Lily Dawah? Is it because of his voice or what? Yeah, it's just a way of making fun of him. Like even Muslims make fun of him. You know what they call him, AP? You know what they call Ali Dawah, the Muslims?
No.
You don't know what they call him?
No.
You haven't seen it?
No.
It's like every other Muslim calls him Ali needs Dawah.
Oh, yeah. I saw Shamsi say that, and some other people too.
Yeah, they call him Ali needs Dawah. So, yep, he's catching it from all over the place. And, how long do you think he's going to last?
I don't know. But those other Muslims who say Ali needs Dawah, they're just jealous because he has so many subscribers and he has such a big platform.
I will make my prediction right now. I'll say within 2 years, Ali Dawah he won't be completely gone, but he will be a laughing stock even among the Ummah.
I don't know. I would say that
2 years. 2 years. What is it? It is end of May 2024. So end of May 2026. We'll see how my prediction has gone.
Okay. We'll see.
You see? I used to think D. Wood was a weakling for not debating AP, but then I found out AP has a history of people debating with him getting graped live on stream. That is a point. Hey, people could say that in the future. Be like, AP, why won't you debate AP? What are you talking about, man? People get graped live when they debate AP.
That is a good point.
Hey, this is a good one. Ali Dawah sounds like Tommy Robinson with crushed testicles in it. Yeah. Sent chat about Tommy's rally, and before you read it, you brought it up. Is this the power of Allah? That's exactly. Yeah, Tezbot left a question about that, and I said we already answered it. Yeah, but I knew it was for him. Yeah, I was just messing with you, Tezbot. We knew you posted that before.
It's a miracle, you see.
Seen Ali Dawah caught at Starbucks. Yeah, I think that was deliberate, wasn't it? Wasn't he just messing with people?
Yeah, it was actually a parody. It was a deliberate video, but it was kind of done in a very dumb way. And lots of people posted it as if he was actually caught.
Yeah. And that's it. It reminds me of Nadir Ahmed when he was trying to joke and going, can we change the debate topic? But people thought it was serious because he's not good at joking and so on. It's kind of like that, where people are going to run with it and make fun of him over it for years. Even though he thought it was a brilliant idea. Was Lost over in the chat said, AP, show your great video. I think we need to have that ready. We need to be able to return to that. We need the grape scenes from the Ali Dawah.
I need to publish all my grape scenes. I need to publish the grape scene definitely on the channel. Everyone needs to see that. That is indeed a good idea.
Great video. How would you respond to a Muslim claiming 929 is defensive? I cited Tafsir, Tabari, and Maududi. Had the impression that he wasn't familiar with them. Just wondering if there's a better approach. What's your view on that, AP?
Well, one thing that you can do is just to go to the very context of the passages and ask, where exactly here do you see that this is merely talking about a defensive situation? Can you point me at where it describes a defensive situation? And you will not find it. There is no such situation. The context, no matter how far you go back or forth, it does not describe a defensive situation. It directly commands Muslims to fight those who don't believe in Allah and His Messenger and who don't adopt the true religion, and to fight until, so it says the disbelievers, and fight until they pay the jizya while they are humiliated. It doesn't say until they stop fighting you or only if they fight you. It specifically wants you to fight them because of their wrongdoings, which you can see in the verse before and especially the verse after. Because of their disbelief and the way they are, Muslims are supposed to fight them and subjugate them because they are disbelievers. If you want to look into early Muslim commentary, you can, for example, open up Ibn Kathir's commentary, very well known, and it will explain that this is not just a command for a specific occasion or situation. It is a general command to fight the disbelievers, fight the non-Muslims who reject Islam until they are subjugated and humiliated, whether they die, convert and change their minds, or they become enslaved and become subjects. So that is the situation. There is only one thing that people usually bring to say it is defensive, which is that that there was indeed a situation around that very same time where the Muslims were supposedly awaiting the Byzantine or Roman armies and were apparently supposedly preparing to fight them. However, that doesn't really fit into the narrative that those verses are defensive, because it doesn't just talk about Christians. It talks about those who don't believe in Allah and His Messenger in general, about all people. But continue, David, if you want to add anything to that.
Going along with you. I've always read the passage that people will bring up, and it was said the Romans had amassed in Syria. In the passage it says the Romans were in Syria and they'd been paid. They had been paid in gold or silver, whatever it said. Anyway, I've always taken that to mean, hey, there's a bunch of guys up there with a big pile of money. And so I don't take it the way certain Muslims who want to argue that this is defensive, and they say, "Oh, but it says the Romans were in Syria." Yeah, of course, they're fighting a war. They're in the middle of a war. They're in the middle of a war with the Persian Empire and stuff. That's why they're up there. But yeah, what AP was saying, just read it. Matter of fact, I would say the entire passage, that section starts in the verse before that, 928, and it goes through verse 33. That's the passage. I would say, hey, why don't we read the passage in context? We'll start at verse 28 and we'll go through verse 33. You show me one word about self-defense. You show me one word about these people being attacked. You show me one word where the Jews and Christians are coming and attacking Muslims. Every criterion for fighting the Jews and Christians and every criticism of the Jews and Christians in that entire passage has to do with Jewish beliefs and practices. I mean, Christian and Jewish beliefs and practices. Not them attacking, right? In fact, the very next verse after fight them until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. The very next verse is, why? Why are we going to fight them? The Jews say Ezra's the son of Allah, and the Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah. And so it's I would go through the passage very carefully, as AP pointed out. As far as Ibn Kathir's commentary, you've got his tafsir. You can find it. He also has a sirah work. So that's a biography of Muhammad. It's 4 volumes. But the section on the historical background of Surah 929, you can find that there's a version where they took out the sections from Ibn Kathir's commentaries on the battle, and they published it as a separate book called The Battles of the Prophet. You can find that PDF online. Look up Ibn Kathir, Battles of the Prophet. You can get the PDF, go to the section on 929. He says it was totally offensive. It's totally offensive. It's a money-making scheme. Said the Muhammad's tribe was worried, how are we going to make money? Because now we've said that the pagans can no longer take the pilgrimage to Mecca. How are we going to make money now? 929 is the response. You're going to make money by fighting the Jews and Christians until they pay you to stop fighting them. Keep in mind, that makes no sense in the context of self-defense. Right? If I say, here's how our community is going to make piles and piles of money by defending ourselves. What? When people attack us, we defend ourselves and then they leave us alone? How's that making money? How are you forcing people to pay you money by fighting defensively when they attack you? If you won, they just wouldn't attack you anymore. Where are you getting this? They're going to pay you forever. You have to subjugate populations to do that, which is exactly what the Muslim community did. They subjugated populations and forced them to pay the jizya. So that's the command. The alternative interpretations just make no sense. And I would say, once you've done all that, I would start saying, hey, the Quran claims to be clear. If Allah, you're telling me Allah's trying to say, hey guys, only fight in self-defense. That's what he's trying to say there. But it comes out, fight those who do not believe, or fight those who have the wrong practices, or fight them because they say that Ezra's the son of Allah. If that's Allah trying to say only fight in self-defense, he's the worst communicator in all of history. And I keep flipping that back on your Muslim friend. Are you saying that Allah is the worst communicator in all of history and that you speak more clearly than Allah? Because if Allah meant what you said, and keep in mind, this is a guy telling you what to believe, and he doesn't even know what Tabari is. He doesn't even know Maududi. He doesn't know any of this stuff. He doesn't know anything. But he thinks that he can speak authoritatively on what Allah really means. This is amazing, right? So all the greatest commentators on the Quran thought it meant one thing. You've never studied any of this. You could just blurt out what Allah really means, and it's something completely different from what Allah says. What are you saying? Who are you? Are you sure you're not the prophet here? You speak better than Allah and Muhammad did. At least I understand what you're saying. Something along those lines.
That's very important, and I think there's just one principle to always keep in mind when you discuss the Quran and when you talk about its meaning and its contexts, which is that this is a perfect instance. If you read the passages exactly as they are, what you will understand is an offense, a command to be offensive, a command to be aggressive against those who don't believe. If you read the immediate commentaries on these verses, what you will understand is very clearly, and even more clear than that, that you are supposed to be aggressive against those who do not believe. The only case that you can make in order to conclude that this is all defensive is to read certain circumstances around that time and then to infer that this may be defensive. That's it. Reading it directly and reading the commentary, it's quite clear. There is no discussion. It's offensive. It's aggressive. Then that's it. You don't need anything else.
Yeah, and so the only possible way to say that it's self-defense is just to say Allah's the worst communicator in all of history. And you can't say that because he constantly brags about how clear he is. And just one more thing that may be helpful is, if your Muslim is still saying, no, what Allah really meant is, and here's how he put it, to get the point across, which I've done in the past, is I'd say, okay, what if a U.S. politician was saying this about Muslims? Yep. In other words, you could say this, whoever the president is when you're having this discussion. If Joe Biden came out tomorrow and said, we're going to fight those who believe in Allah until they pay us. Suppose you said that. We're going to fight those who believe in Allah until they pay us. There would be a Muslim reaction, right? What? You're saying fight those who believe in Allah? And suppose his response was, no, I'm just talking about like self-defense. It would have been like, well, you need to be very clear on what you're saying when you're talking about fighting people, right? You need to be very, very precise. Otherwise, you're going to cause a bloodbath. And so, if the self-defense interpretation of that is correct, then there's been lots of bloodshed because Allah is a terrible communicator. Hey, check this out. AP, say something bad about Germany. AP, they didn't win world wars. that is the worst thing AP could say about them. Wendy says, it's funny when Muslims are so self-contradictory. They'll say things like, how dare you call Muslims violent? I'll kill you for that. Then I laugh. It is funny when you'll see violent react. It's weird because it seems to be more prevalent in a certain way, and that they're being more honest about things like wanting to kill apostates and so on. But in a different sense, it was more common. It seemed like back in the day to get the, what, you criticized us for being violent? We'll show you. We'll burn cities to the ground and stuff. It was wild stuff, man. I don't know. We can bring back the glory days. Did you just say you smoked weed at 7? Yeah, I think I know where your delusions came from. 6 and 7. I don't remember. I don't even remember, because we were living in a pretty bad place. There were drugs everywhere. Even the kids in that house had their group. Not me, but Tom was like 13. He had his own like little greenhouse for growing weed. He was 13, right? But there was like, it was mainly weed and hash. They had little cubes of it. They had little cubes of hashish and stuff. And I remember they would put it. I never did that. They would put it on like they used safety pins. They would put it on a safety pin and they would light it and inhale it and stuff like that. There was cocaine around there. I never messed with cocaine, but there was because it was more expensive for the people there, so it was rarer. But I don't even remember what it felt like being high. I just remember people say, look at me eating the cereal. For some reason, I remember that. They're going, look at me eating the cereal. I remember going, gosh, I'm killing this cereal, aren't I? Anyway, yeah, I was little.
That's pretty good.
Beast. D Wood and Trump, drug abuse, resistance, education. Yep, dare. David, when is your next video coming out? Oh, yeah. So I should have a video up this weekend early for channel members. You'll get it early, but that'll be the video for Monday. But yeah, it will be on consciousness. Because I don't know why, but I ended up watching a clip of Jordan Peterson talking about the problem of consciousness. The problem of consciousness, like, if it's all just neurons firing and stuff like that, how do we have this sort of first-person awareness, like internal awareness and so on? It turns out to be way more complicated than people let on. People say, oh, yeah, neurons and stuff like that. And you have other people who are going, that's nonsense. They're just pretending like it's not this serious issue. But Jordan Peterson saying no one has any clue about consciousness. And he makes fun of the claim that it's neurons. He goes, why isn't your solar plexus conscious then? Right. I thought that was actually funny. Your solar plexus is loaded with neurons. Why isn't it conscious? And then the other guy, I watched it the same day. Don't know why. Just coincidence, I guess. Or the Almighty wanted me to make a video about this. But it was the Mythbusters guy, who's an atheist. He's cool. Adam Savage. Everyone likes Adam Savage. He's always been cool. But he was saying that he's starting to agree with the Buddhist conception that there's just one consciousness and we each have a little part of it. And I was thinking, wait a minute, you're the guy who used to be at the Reason rallies talking about, we only believe things that we can prove scientifically with facts and evidence and stuff like this. Now you're saying, I think the Buddhists got it right and there's this one conscious. Okay, well, if you're saying there's this one conscious and we all have a little bit of it, you're obviously not saying there's one brain and we all have a little piece of that brain. You're not saying something like that. So anyway, I think it's interesting when some very educated, scientifically minded guys start saying, we can't actually account for this in terms of neurons firing. We need to go somewhere else. So anyway, the video for Monday will be on that. I will have it up early unless something goes horribly wrong this weekend. I will have that up early for channel members. So check out the.
I will pray that something goes horribly wrong.
What'd you say?
I will pray that something goes horribly wrong.
You better. Islamic terrorism continues in Pakistan. An attack in Sargodha to burn a small business of a shoemaking factory, burning houses and churches. Yeah. And how many student rallies against violence against Christians in Pakistan do you see?
Well, maybe one or two people marched somewhere. You don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. You'll never know.
Absence of evidence, not evidence of absence.
What's crazy is if politicians heard about this, they'd be like, "Oh, let's take up everyone in the mob and bring them to Western nations and let them do whatever they want, and that will solve the problem." Because they're only going around killing Christians and forming mobs and stuff because they're oppressed by the West.
Oh no, they're killing Christians. Let's tackle Islamophobia.
Yeah, we got to do something about Islamophobia, you see. Muhammad protected Aisha, 9 years old, by graping her. Yeah, I said that's on that's on the Muslim Cowboys response to the Muslim Cowboys tweet. Dankware says calling it MC is an atheist. Muslim Cowboys an atheist. Got fed up with because Yusuf spouting crazy theories about Alexander at Thanksgiving decided to ruin his religion from within. Yeah. You imagine he sit back here. Well, let me go ahead and listen to my cousin.
And that's why the Catholic Church was invented by Alexander the Great in the 3rd century BC in Rome. Don't shake your head. It's on their website. It's on their Vatican's website.
And then even the Muslim Cowboy was like, now this is so stupid. I got to come up with a plan to deal with this. I know. I'll pretend to be a sidekick and destroy it from within. Yahoo! Guys,
So
AP,
yes.
I'm completely serious here. This is why I look at this. And this is why I can look around at the world and say, we got this. We got this. Nothing to be worried about here. Here's why. AP, when I look at this epic Dawah meltdown, that they rally around people like Ali Dawah. Like, I mean, if I were to make a list of the people I would least want representing my position on the planet, Ali Dawah would be like absolute bottom of the barrel as far as people you do not want representing your position. Ali Dawah, Muhammad Hijab, Sheikh Uthman. Oh, look, I got stabbed. Oh, people support me. Where's the Apostate Prophet? Where's David when I'm being stabbed? Oh my goodness. That guy, and then Daniel Hakikachu, the world's leading defender of child marriage and pedophilia. And then the Muslim Cowboy comes out of nowhere. Yeehaw! Hey, who wants to make fun of Aisha and Muhammad today? I'll give you the opportunity here. Oh, Islam defends women. Islam defends all the children of the world. I look at this and I say, we have good reason to at least get the impression that these guys are plants and they're just trying to destroy it from within. But at the same time, we don't believe that. We don't believe that these guys are trying to destroy it from within. But you look at it and say, how can that not be the case? As horrible an impression as you are making on the entire world, as rapidly as you are destroying your religion, how can you not be in on it? How can you not be in on it? And that's when I think you guys have been delivered into our hands by the Almighty, and he's making you this stupid to destroy it for us from within. That's what I think. That's what I actually believe is the most likely position. It's being destroyed by the Almighty, and that's how he's punishing them.
I wanted to say that that the Jews.
Dude, if you had said that 1 second later, I was about to take a sip, and then I caught myself because I realized I was going to spit all over if you had said that 1 second later, there'd have been a flood here.
I was going to say that the Jews are organizing this, and the Jews are paying or making Muslim Cowboy say these ridiculous things to damage Islam. But then I thought, wait a minute. It all makes sense because Jesus was Jewish.
You got it. You're onto it.
So we could somehow bend this and both come to a similar conclusion here.
That is it. Yeah, so I can sit here and say, the Almighty has delivered them into our hands. And AP could go, yeah, you see the Jews.
Man. But it is so ridiculous because I am often a provocateur deliberately
You think?
because I do post or say something that is inflammatory in order to make a point and in order to get a reaction out of people. The thing is, Muslim Cowboy also does that. He also sometimes just posts short, inflammatory things to get a rise out of people. But what he doesn't realize, and this is where I just think that it's not a plant. The guy is just incredibly stupid. He makes these inflammatory statements, not realizing that the inflammatory statement that he makes is just, aside from giving him a little bit of a boost, of a little kick, it is just so damaging to Islam. But he doesn't see it because he just wants to get that little amount of controversy. That's it.
Yeah, so I guess you'd have to say if you wanted to go in a non-supernatural direction, you'd have to say that's a guy who craves attention in any form, even if it's like massively embarrassing to his position. He's still getting the attention. And so he's blurting out things, even if they're stupid, because it still grants him the attention. Something like that, if you wanted a completely natural explanation. Or if you believe in the supernatural, he's under divine judgment, as is his entire religion. And it's imploding for that reason. And that's why I can sit back and say, ooh, I'm going to enjoy the show. Joshua says, do you guys think that Islam will be the dominant religion in a few years? I read a statistic saying it will pass Christianity in 2050.
No. That's only a theory based on different scenarios of growth, and only speaks of, takes into consideration the general number of Muslims in the world, most of which would be in underdeveloped or developing Muslim countries. There wouldn't be a big change in the West, for example.
Yeah, even when you say dominant religion, what do you mean? You mean numbers wise? Because numbers wise and power wise are two totally different things. The poll that you're thinking of, that was the Pew Research poll, which said that Islam is the fastest growing religion. You can look at that. You look that up. Look that up and just read what they say about why it's growing.
Yeah.
Why it's growing. They said it's not about conversions. It's about high birth rates in Muslim countries. Muslims have the highest birth rates. And so it's just saying, hey, based on birth rates, here's what you have. And that study was done before what Muslims call the avalanche of apostasy started. And it doesn't, we've learned so much since that poll came out. So for instance, if you were to ask, what's the Muslim population of Iran? According to a study like that, it would say 99%. What's the actual percentage of people who really believe in Islam in Iran? Around 40%. 99%, because that's the official numbers. That's the official numbers. If you go ask people, yeah, I'm a Muslim. Oh yeah, I'm a Muslim. Yeah, that's true. If you ask them when they can't be killed for it, it's a Muslim minority country, and you have these issues where it's between 5 and 10% of people who are officially Muslim in Muslim countries are actually closet atheists. You've had, we pointed out many times, the apostasy rate has gone from close to 0% to 24%. It accelerated that quickly in 15 years. So what's the next 15 years going to be? Point is, when they did the study, it's here's the number of Muslims in the world. Here's the number of these other groups. Here's the number of babies that Muslims are having. Here's the number of babies that other groups are having. And this is what things are going to be like in 2050. I don't know. I'd like to see that study revisited here in about another 5 years, once the apostasy rate is like 40%, and they can make their predictions based on that. Very based. I recently found the uncorrupted Zabur, and the correct verse is, "Sit at my right hand, and I will make your enemies your footstool, and Islam your toilet." Yeah. Hey, that is, I hadn't thought about it that way, but when Muslims say, oh, your book's been corrupted, then you could just say, you just take a verse and say it says anything, right? Oh yeah, well in the uncorrupted version it says, beware of a fake idiot wannabe prophet coming out of Arabia who molests little girls. I say that's what the original said before it was corrupted.
Yeah, the original uncorrupted book actually says there is this guy named Muhammad. He's a complete idiot.
Yeah, don't believe him or his dumb Dawah clowns. Zakir Naik voice. It has been proven by Pakistani scientists. Goats are clearly made to be lovers. You could tell by their heart-shaped nose. It's 100% fact. There's a scientific thing. The thing is, I've never tried to do a Zakir Naik impression where I wasn't just like off the cuff. It's nothing I've never actually practiced. I bet if I practiced for a while, I could come up with a decent one, but it's one I've never practiced.
One person who has done that very well is Vidu Vids.
Yeah, he's spot on. He's spot on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would even dress up like him for his videos and stuff like that.
Yeah, he used to make those parody videos of people asking him questions.
Those were awesome. Those were awesome.
Answers.
Classic.
Yeah.
Classic. New miracle. Eyebrows are the scrotum of the balls. That's the follow-up to the eyes are the leather strap of the anus. Gracias. Yes, gracias. 5 silver pesos. Thank you. Besides Western law, what stops Dawah guys from going full ISIS Hamas mode? They already believe in killing infidels and enslaving women once in power. My view is they can't win right now, and they know it. You're not. Keep in mind, even from an Islamic perspective, you're not supposed to fight all people at all times, whatever the situation is. You look at the life of Muhammad. This is how it works. You look at the life of Muhammad when he's in Mecca, when he's an outnumbered guy. He didn't go around fighting everybody. Later on, when he could fight defensively, he didn't try to subjugate the entire population. He fought defensively. Mess with me, and you're going to regret it. Even criticize me, and you're going to regret it. But other than that, let's form alliances and so on. Then, once he had the most powerful force in Arabia, then it was subjugate everyone. And so Muslim scholars look at that and say, what's the takeaway here? Well, the takeaway is, if you're in a position that was like Muhammad in Mecca, which would be like Muslims in the United States, hey, peace and tolerance, man, peace and tolerance. If you're in a position where you make up 15, 20% of the population, you can fight defensively, then you start fighting defensively. That's the issue, because certain areas of Europe are now in stage 2. They're in a place where they can start fighting defensively, and you're going to see them get much more aggressive. They're still not in a position to subjugate the entire population. They're not strong enough yet. That's the goal down the road, but they're not there yet. So it's I mean, I've said many times before. I said you don't even have to show me. You don't even have to tell me what country you're dealing with. Tell me the percentage of Muslims in the population. I'll tell you what Muslim preachers are preaching. Don't tell me the country. Tell me the percentage of Muslims in the population. I will tell you what I'll tell you what their guys are preaching, because the message changes. The message. We just did a show on AP's channel with Hamza Tortoise, right? 10 years ago, what Islam's all about? Freedom of religion and freedom of expression and stuff like that. Now, of course, we're going to kill these guys. Why? He doesn't think he thinks he's past the point of being stopped now. He knows he's not in a position to actually implement it, but he doesn't think anyone can stop him. It's too late. It's too late to stop it now. That's what he thinks. But yeah, message changes.
Stop me now.
Any thoughts on this, AP? Don't stop me now.
Nope, except that song.
Having a good time.
I don't know.
Be doing a show. It's gonna be awesome. What?
I listened to that song so many 5 million times in my life. Now I forget what I was going to say.
Don't stop me. Don't stop me. Don't stop me. Don't stop me.
There's a question that I have actually had on my mind for a long time. A scenario. For some reason, something that you just mentioned, something that we just talked about reminds me of it. I remember watching a video of some German comedian who was talking about, was kind of very appeasing toward Muslims.
Comedian?
Yeah, and was talking about how...
Isn't it funny that people think we won't eventually rule the world? Yeah, bratwurst. Good. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he was talking about how Muslim reactions to criticism or insult or mockery of Islam are not very extreme or not very special, because, as he mentioned, I think his example was, how would Christians react if you played the movie The Life of Brian in a church or something like that? So, without thinking about this ever, without any preparation, David, what do you think? If I went into a regular church that is that is full of people, and there played a movie that is like a mockery of Christianity or something like that, do you think Christians would react the way Muslims react to mockery of Islam?
I believe you would get zero violence. So that's one. Two, I mean, when we talk about making fun of Islam, are we talking about like them doing it in their mosques? Because that's a completely different story. If you want to make it similar, you'd have to say, well, that would be like someone playing The Life of Brian. How many people have been killed over the Life of Brian's all over the place. It's all over YouTube. Yeah. It's all over everywhere. We could watch it right now if you wanted to. It's been shown millions and millions of times. How many people died? So yeah, I would have to say that's pretty stupid.
Yeah.
And that's what you find impressive, and you think, oh, you see, the Germans always have the best points because they're so base.
No, because I thought for years now, ever since I heard this, wait a minute, isn't it obvious that nothing would actually happen and that the comparison is actually very, very, very stupid?
No, there would be blood flowing through the streets if you played a Monty Python movie.
Dude, I mean, I'm trying to think. Christians usually quote scenes from that movie and they think it's hilarious. Not that
funny movie.
Yeah, they don't think it's all hilarious and stuff. But Christians always talk about the aqueduct scene when they're complaining about the Romans. They're stupid Romans and blah blah blah. What have they ever done for us? Well, they did build the aqueduct. Oh yeah, the aqueduct. Now that, but what else? And they keep going on and on about all the great things the Romans have given to them and stuff.
It is a funny movie.
I've never actually seen it. I've watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail like 50 times, but I never watched Life of Brian, even though people
maybe you should
told me
watch it and talk about whether you were offended or not, and what you actually think about it.
We need to get together.
The song, always look on the bright side of life.
Hey, we need to get together sometime, and that could be a video right there. Agnostic makes Christian watch The Life of Brian. Here's how he reacted. And what's funny is like the Dawah guys, like the new, like, oh, we're super aggressive. Those guys would be like, oh, David doesn't want to kill anyone over this movie because he's weak and he's a secular liberal who doesn't believe in Christianity anymore.
The only reason he didn't kill anyone in response to this because he's a secular humanist in disguise. You see?
Indeed. The Holy Spirit gave the scriptures to the world. The church's job is to deliver it. God protect you guys. Yes, and we have the added bonus of the internet nowadays, which makes it super dope. Neat Shogun says, just throwing in a dono to make up for the donos I hadn't been able to give. God bless you, Brother Wood. I know you've said compliments make you feel awkward, so I'll just say thank you for all you've done for me and my mom without even knowing it, lol. I pray for your wonderful family, ministry, and buds. We'll all hang out in heaven in due time. Indeed. Well, I don't know about we'll all because AP's here. But hopefully we'll see.
The bright side of life.
Yeah, thanks, Neat Shogun. Let's see.
That's a very nice super chat. $500.
Yes.
Neat Shogun.
Makes me feel super loved by everyone in the world. You understand how cool it is, man, that we just get to sit here talking with people around the planet? Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah, me all the time too. Like you couldn't even have imagined this 20 years ago. Like you couldn't even have thought that this was a possibility. Hey, we're going to be sitting here talking to people, and they're going to be people all over the world. We're going to be filming in Australia and Canada and Europe and Africa and everything. And they're all sitting here and we all hang out and chat and we run our mouths and watch video clips and pull up tweets and chat about them and stuff. It's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. It's pretty based.
Technology is super cool and gives awesome opportunities like this. And it also sucks because then total morons can spread complete nonsense as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have to share the same internet with people who don't deserve it.
That's why we should ban them all. Anyone who disagrees with us. It sucks because I had a bunch of like video clips to go through and stuff, but I don't know. It seems like it's already. Yeah, the main video clips I wanted to go to, we haven't even gone to. And we can't start them now. It's already we've already been going 3.5 hours. We'll keep going through the super chats and stuff. We'll see what happens.
Do another live stream, just title it after one of those videos, whatever is most important, then we should do that.
That's true. That's true.
We do need to, this is a good idea, we do need to get together where I make you watch The Life of Brian.
Yeah, no, seriously, we should take votes because there's all kinds of stuff we haven't seen and stuff like that. We need a couple. Maybe we'll get a couple more people in there who haven't seen stuff. We'll all watch it and have reactions to stuff.
Inshallah.
Can we please get a Family Feud meme with a whiteboard wife holding up answers and Shake Steve Harvey staring mouth agape? It's long overdue. You ever seen those clips? So like he'll say something that's obviously perverted and then he'll act all shocked that someone said something. Like the question will be, lots of men exaggerate the size of what? That'll be the question, right? And then someone answers, and so a woman will go, the penis, and he'll go. Like, oh, where'd you come up with that dirty mind? But yes, we could have, it would be funny with a woman.
I think the only episode of that show that I ever watched was one where Snoop Dogg went on, and it was very funny.
Oh, it was a celebrity one?
Yeah. Snoop Dogg was on, and at some point he said something that didn't make any sense at all.
That sounds like Snoop Dogg.
And the host was like, "What?"
AP, why do you want World War III to start? I am afraid.
Because I'm bored, man. What is this? Like sitting
people
every day,
get bored. People get bored. You want to just, I mean, can you imagine just, what are we going to do? Oh, we're going to work for a bunch of years and then like get old and then just fade away. Yeah. Or we can have a world war.
Yeah. Or think about, okay, I want to go live. What should we talk about? Let's talk about this thing that somebody said, or this topic, or the. No, why just not have a war and cover the war and while it's happening? Wouldn't that be so much more exciting?
Hey, I was about to keep going, but I'm like, some YouTube censor idiot's gonna like take us seriously. I've spent way too much of my adult life trying to explain to YouTube trust and safety morons what a joke is or what sarcasm is. Let's see. Why do you think it is that the most in-your-face Christians are some of the least Jesus-like people I've met, especially in business context? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who you're thinking about, like business context or something like that. But you can, I mean, keep in mind, you could be dedicated to a message and be in your face with it, and somehow there's something that's off. I mean, if you look at the life of Jesus, people wanted to be around him, like prostitutes and tax collectors, outcasts of society, wanted to be around him. And you take lots of people who would be in your face, hey, preaching the gospel, and it would be like people don't want to be anywhere near them. So I don't know exactly what it is, but because keep in mind, you can have perfectly good intentions. Hey, I got a message here, and people need to hear it, and so time is short. You need to tell people stuff. So it makes sense. And yet, what's going on there? Why do people want to be around Jesus and not want to be around someone who is representing Jesus? So what's missing?
I have one theory, which is that no matter how sincere people are about what they preach and what they believe in, as you live life and have more and more of the same experiences, people just get distracted and carried away by whatever is going on in life, or whatever is a routine, standard part of whatever you're doing, whether it is preaching or discussing or whatever it is, which takes away a regular human's time and ability to simply stand there and listen or have patience. Where on the other hand, in the story of Jesus, you have one who is not limited by something like patience. That's it.
That's the perspective of an agnostic, people. Draw your own conclusions. What is this? Is this from one of your fans? Dink's Game Neo, a backhanded criticism or reach around of what you will? What?
That's because that one guy was responding to a Neo. I don't know.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Pick of Islamic heaven: 1,000 bearded guys, 72,000 9-year-old girls playing with dolls. But then, what do they do after 72 days? I see this question often, and it's something that came up for Muslims. But you can actually look at the commentaries on this. Allah restores their virginity. So the question is, what if you have 72 virgins, what do you do after 72 days? You're not dealing with deflowering one virgin a day. You can deflower 100 virgins a day. 100 virgins a day. And how are you going to have the strength for that? They explained it. Allah gives you a supernaturally charged penis. And the example of how he can do that is Muhammad, who was given the sexual strength of 30 men. That was still not what you get in paradise. It was still not what you get in Jannah. As far as your virgins, Allah restores their virginity after every time you sleep with them. So you have sex with your hori, you have sex with her. Guess what? She wakes up the next day. She's a virgin again. Allah has rebuilt her hymen for her.
Beast.
So she's a virgin again. You literally get to spend eternity deflowering virgins in Islam.
And this is why everybody feels so attracted to Islam.
Let's see. Did the Battle of Karbala actually take place?
Very likely, yes.
Yeah, I didn't. Is there skepticism about that for some reason? I wasn't aware if there's a position that the battle didn't actually take place.
I don't think so. Among Muslims, there isn't. Both Sunnis and Shia agree that it happened. They just differ on the implications of it.
That's the second fitna. So yeah, unless you're thinking of some specific objection to the historicity of it, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know why you would think it didn't, unless I'm missing something. But I've never seen anyone challenge it, so I don't know. The biggest Dawah guys right now are all clowns. They made their own religion seem so horribly unattractive. Yes, they did. They did.
It is such a ridiculous thing, by the way. The Battle of Karbala. So there's one part of it which is that even among Sunni Muslims, among regular Muslims, it is when talked about, remembered in a very, very sad way. But among Shia Muslims, it just goes to extremes where people cry. And this is the worst thing ever. When we want to feel the pain of how horrible it was.
Yeah, do Sunnis throw that in Shia's faces? Because that's where Hussein died. do they throw that in their faces the way they do with like Jews saying Kaibar Kaibar? Do they like remind
No,
Shias of that
no,
stuff?
because Sunnis will not be antagonistic or will not be hostile against Hussein and Hassan or these characters. They value them. They consider them righteous and valuable. They differ on the role of the enemy, Muawiyah, to begin with, whom Shia consider completely evil, and Sunnis don't. They think he just played his role in the Islamic history and was onto something. There was just a disagreement. It was a fitna, a corruption within the Muslim society. That's it.
3-6 Dawafia instead of Mafia. 3-6 Dawafia. Ever since I can remember, I've been popping Viagra, popping Viagra. It's Ali Dawah's channel. If you don't know what we're talking about, guys, Ali Dawah sells a lot of Viagra on his channel. Because you got your secret second, third. You need to just go and do it like that. Yo, does you got a secret second, third, and fourth wives, but you gotta keep it up in bed because you don't want your first wife to know? Then you need Ali D's new Viagra pills. We should make a commercial for him. We could do it. Robin Hood says, "Hi guys, my jizya payment. Many thanks. Prayers, AP."
Thank you. Appreciate it.
AP exposed his vacation was a super secret Mossad mission in meeting with Eli Copter, eating falafels to get that explosive Palestinian experience. She was blown away by the Palestinian experience.
I already said on my community tab that it was a Mossad mission.
Hey, you know what's crazy?
What?
Because like we touched a little bit on current events with the thing in Germany and so on, but I briefly mentioned that there was the France just stopped its 50th terrorist attack just since 2017, and this was of course a planned attack. Dude, I will be shocked. I will be massively impressed and shocked if they get through the Olympics without a terrorist attack, given how many they've been stopping and Iran being involved in things and so on. But they stopped this 50th attack with the help of Mossad. Mossad tipped them off about this. They stopped it. And then right after that, it's trending that that France, what they do? They expelled all Israeli agencies or something like that. They expelled all.
Yeah, they barred all. I don't know what exactly it is, but yeah, they took some action against Israeli defense businesses within France.
Isn't that insane? Hey, you guys just helped us stop a terrorist attack at the Olympics. Now you're banned because we don't like what's going on in Gaza. Shame on you.
This is just so ridiculous. The time that we are in right now, where Israel is facing this thing like. Hey, we're friends, right? Yeah, we're helping each other, right? And we're helping you all along, right? And you help us, right? And then Europe is like, yeah, totally. By the way, sorry, I got to kick you out.
Great job preventing that terrorist attack at the Olympics, guys.
Yeah.
Now get out. Shame on you.
Yeah. And the thing is, this is not good. This just this kind of reinforces a narrative that that Jews kind of want to forget and not dwell on, which is like they've had this whole idea forever that or for quite a while in recent times that the West is, we can trust in the West, we can trust in Europe, we can trust our partners in the West. And right now there's just so many betrayals and so many weird things happening. Just today, Joe Biden made a speech saying that Israel needs to strike a deal and within the next 6 weeks retreat completely out of Gaza, while Hamas releases a number of hostages, which just sounds absolutely ridiculous. It's like Israel went into this war after over 1,000 of their people were killed and hundreds were taken hostage, and you now want them to not finish this war, want to just, cancel it before it's even done, while hostages are still being held, and then even make a suggestion like, and then a number of hostages should then be released. So Israel should already leave without even having the hostages released. This is so bizarre because not even the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, said something like that. Even they said that they urge Hamas to immediately and unconditionally release all hostages, and not even they called upon Israel to stop the war. And here is Biden calling for this. And I don't know, these recent actions against Israel have been a little bit ridiculous.
They have been very, very ridiculous. And what kind of, my goodness. Seriously. They killed a bunch of your people, then went and hid with a bunch of hostages. And you're saying, don't go get them. We're kicking you out because you insist upon going and getting these guys.
Do you know that America has a law, actually, that was enacted during George W. Bush's presidency, that America is allowed, under this law, to invade any country, no matter which one it is, to invade any country if they hold individuals, people that are American, that are part of the American military, American diplomats, politicians, or allies, NATO allies, or certain non-NATO allies. If they are held in a certain country, America can directly invade without question that country and do whatever it takes to get those people out of there. So even if a European country was holding American personnel, America is authorized, without needing the approval of Congress, to just go in there militarily and get them out of there. Just imagine if a terrorist organization attacked America and took hundreds of people hostage, we wouldn't be sitting here and talking about, we should just do, ceasefire and just get out of there and, make a deal and hold it. No, we would go in there and we would finish them. We would finish them.
They'd be finished. And I don't mean from Finland. This extremely Islamophobic comment says, hi, AP and D Wood. Arab Muslims are the most delusional of all. They think Iraqis are Arab descendants of Ibrahim. What? The Sumerians? Babylonians? Hello? Yeah. None of the stuff actually lines up. Robin Hood here says, just had an exchange today on 9/29. He said, only because a treaty violated 9/5. Thanks to you guys, I knew to go to source, gave him an bloody nose. Yeah, the most glaring issue there is those are talking about entirely different situations, entirely different groups. 9/5 is about the polytheists that they're dealing with around Mecca. And 9/29 is about Jews and Christians elsewhere. So, yeah, completely different scenarios.
Yeah.
Solaria also 5 videos in 7 days. By the way, I am going at it. Okay, Solaria's crushing it then. Hey, Solaria, pick your best one and send it to us during one of AP's streams, and I will watch it in my stream. We'll check it out.
Rosencroix. I'm waiting for it.
And if it's dumb, we're going to say this is dumb. But if it's dope, we're going to say, ooh, dope.
I would never say this is dumb. I will just say.
If it's based, we'll say based. Hey, mi amigo, say that reason you not watch me. You talk about topics we're not really interested in.
I don't want to watch something about veganism.
Yeah, we do not care. We do not care. If someone wants to be vegan, that they can be the greatest vegan of all time. If someone doesn't want to be vegan, they can be the least vegan person in the world. We don't care. Please play Positively 4th Street by Dylan. That is how every Jew feels. You want me to play Positively 4th Street by Bob? You think we can just play songs like that? That would be
Probably
a
our
copyright strike after like 7 seconds. Tarun here. Otherwise, y'all would watch me. Tarun, no. No, we wouldn't. We wouldn't. If you say, hey, check out my video on basket weaving, we're not interested at all. If you have a video on something we're really interested in, that's a different story. I have no idea what the obsession is. And keep in mind, that's not criticizing your position at all. It's different people are interested in different things. I'm sure whatever you're talking about, there are a bunch of people out there who are interested in that. You got to find those people. Go to those kinds of groups.
No, there is. What are you talking
Go to
about?
those kinds of groups and
There
say,
no
hey,
one
watch hey, watch my stuff. So we're
Nobody's
talking about
watching.
we're talking about like Islam and stuff. We wouldn't go into a channel about veganism and start, hey, let's talk about Islam here. And they'd be like, what? And then like, hey, no, you guys got to talk about this stuff. Check out our video. What if they're not interested in that sort of stuff?
I don't think anybody is interested, actually.
No, some people are. I have
nobody.
as a Muslim asked me why we are so generous with numbers and age in the Old Testament, but are very critical on numbers in the Quran. How can I respond to this?
Funny.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about. What are you talking about? Like we're critical of Muhammad's relationship with Aisha or something like that, but we're not critical. I wouldn't know what you'd be comparing it to. Yeah, I'd have to see what you're talking about. But with that said, at the very least, you're talking about very different kinds of revelation. The Quran is supposedly dictation to Muhammad, or writing upon Muhammad's heart by the angel Gabriel directly from Allah. So it's a different view of inspiration and scripture and so on. What are you laughing at?
I find it so mean, but also kind of funny when people make fun of Joe Biden's.
Yeah, that's mean, man. The dude is old. Quit making fun of him. I ain't gonna make fun of him.
Earlier when I said we would go in and finish them, Marion Grant Bruham said, yeah, Joe would finish them, provided he can find his way to his bedroom door.
That's messed up, man. Hey, so anyway, on the issue of different kinds of revelation, you got to keep this in mind. So we don't even need to talk about Old Testament. Let's talk about New Testament. So the gospel according to Luke, that is not dictation from God. That's not God reciting stuff via an angel that Luke is writing down, right? Luke specifically says, hey, I went around and investigated this stuff. Now, we believe that it's the word of God, that the Holy Spirit guides Luke in what he's writing. But the point is, since it's not dictation, he's not taking notes on a message that's given to him. Luke's not going to write about stuff that's not in Luke's head. Right? Whereas the Quran, it's Allah giving Muhammad this miraculous knowledge of the universe that Muhammad's not supposed to have access to. It's supposed to be some amazing knowledge that Muhammad had no access to. Which would make no sense from the perspective of someone like, if Luke is sitting down to write the Gospel of Luke, he's not writing down anything that's not in his head because it's not being dictated to him by something else. So anyway, the point there is you're going to have different rules about how to interpret these things based on the kind of revelation they claim to be. Let's see a couple more here. I already said that. Listen to Positively 4th Street. No. Listen to Positively 4th Street for how every Jew feels about the last 8 months. I will do that after the stream, but we can't play it during a stream because then we would instantly get copyright strike. Why is AP blue balling Christians? Convert already. Yeah, AP.
Well, what a term. What a choice of words.
Oh, here's one for Infidel Noodle.
Hey, Infidel Noodle, what's up?
Infidel Noodle says, best food you ate in Israel.
Interesting question.
Was there
Well, the thing
anything?
is,
Was there anything we ate in Israel that wasn't banging? I'm trying to think.
no, that's the thing. Everything tasted amazing. I almost was going to say the F word. That's how amazing everything tasted. Uh, but everything tasted amazing. But I just liked eating the shawarmas.
Yeah,
They
I'll
were
run
just
through the
too good.
highlights. The first night we were there, we went out kind of late, and we found out everything's closed because tourism is way down because there's a war going on. So we kept walking around place to place. Oh, this place is supposed to be open. Wrong. Went to another place. Nope, they're not open. Finally, we found a place that was open. We ordered like some giant meat platter. You remember this? Like they bring us like 80 pounds of meat out there and tossed it in
It
front
was
of us.
amazing. And that was, by the way, so credit where credit is due. We actually walked into East Jerusalem, into the depth of East Jerusalem, into the Arab
We
neighborhoods.
went to the Arab area because they were open. We were
Everything is
hungry.
just Arab Muslim around us, and we were hungry. And I'm like, it's kind of weird here, man. But we just kept going, and eventually sat down and in some Arab restaurant and had a huge meat platter, and it was absolutely delicious, absolutely amazing. Then we went to the different places, got shawarmas from regular places, Muslim places, and also from a Jewish place, from some regular Jewish guy, some old man.
You mean the sandwich place?
Yes,
That was the best sandwich I've ever had in my entire life.
it was amazing.
It's not even close. Not even close.
It
There's
was
never been
amazing.
a sandwich like that.
That guy's shawarma, it was amazing, man.
And we almost didn't go there because this raggedy little place. I'm sitting there looking and go, no, this place is 5-star, man. How is this little rinky dink literal hole in the wall place? How is everyone saying this guy has the best sandwiches? But we
It's
had
just
that.
some old guy with a shop, and
Yeah, that's
it
what I
was
mean.
just
It was super cheap stuff. I handed him like a huge tip because the stuff was banging, and he made me take some of it back. No, too much, right?
I remember we went there with I went there with the last day, I think.
Yeah, we went back
I-
there. We went back there.
We went there with and I went in and with Rebecca, and she was there.
Yeah, I
I'm
went next door
paying.
I went next door to grab drinks and stuff.
And I just gave that guy. I think I gave the guy a huge tip that was too massive. I don't know. It was really unrealistically big. And the guy was like, no. And he goes he goes back to get change, and I'm like, okay, Rebecca, come, we're leaving. So
I wish
that's how much I appreciate
I wish
the
that
place.
sandwich place was right down the street from me. I would keep that place in business. So
That's how much I appreciated it. I was like, I just wanted to give that guy the biggest tip ever. Yeah.
we had that, and then there was a different night where it was again a place. It was a time we were trying to find a place, and we couldn't find a place, and then it ended up being that nice place. Remember where they were excited that we were YouTubers until we told them we criticized Islam. They didn't want anything to do. But the food was slamming. That was actually like a nice restaurant. But it's what we found.
That was
open.
a seafood place, and it was I loved it. Although I just got whatever we were recommended, and what you said, because I don't have a big seafood familiarity. However, it was amazing food. In fact, let me look up what that place was called. I remember.
Yeah. So we happen to like the food there, and
was
it's cool because we like hummus. We like pita bread and hummus and stuff like that, and they give you that pretty much everywhere you go over there.
Yeah.
Here we go. Guys, would you please tell me whether Muslims curse Christians and Jews in their daily prayers? God bless you guys. It's not so much of like, a curse be upon them or something like that. You could have Muslims who pray that and so on. But as far as their daily prayers, they recite Surat Al-Fatiha.
Oh yeah, I got it. I got it. In Jerusalem, the place is called Satya. In Jerusalem, the place is called Satya. That's where we went. Absolutely delicious seafood, fantastic place.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, and there's a follow-up from Infidel Noodle here. Did anyone recognize you while you were there? Guy recognized us before we got out of the airport. Remember that?
Yeah, yeah.
And then we were on the train. We took the train to Jerusalem, and someone messaged us like a day or two later and said, "I was standing beside you guys on the train. I didn't look at you. I didn't notice it was you. I didn't realize until the next day. Wait, they were talking about," and then they told us what we were talking about and stuff like that. So,
Yeah. The funniest thing was when we came back to America, we landed and we were walking out at the airport. Some guy walking past me on his phone quickly takes a look at me and then goes, "I know you. I know you. I was just watching you earlier." um, I don't know if I took a photo with him. Oh yeah, I did. He actually took a selfie with me.
yeah, I
He
went.
was as well.
Yeah, I went to when I went to Jerusalem in this was the year before COVID, but I went there before. But I went to the they told us to go there, but we didn't. You and I didn't go. But there's this big shopping area, this big market area and stuff like that. Anyway, they told me to go there before, but I went down there and there was a ton of like Orthodox Jews, but like young guys. They're in their full gear, but they're young and they got the braid. Those guys were coming up to me. Can I get a picture? Can I get a picture? I'm like, well, what? You guys know me? That was pretty cool. This wasn't there. The coolest one that ever happened as far as people recognize, because I mean, I've been recognized like probably 10 times in like Walmart, probably 10 times in gyms, but everywhere, McDonald's, all that stuff. But the coolest one ever was I was at a gym and I was walking out of the locker room and a young guy was walking into the locker room and he had his phone. He's walking in like this and he goes like this as he's walking in. He's walking in and he goes, "I'm watching you right now." And he shows me myself on his phone that he was actually watching me while running into me. That was kind of fun. That was a fun one. It's been I don't even know why this is, but like multiple times it's been people, they'll see me in like a Walmart and they'll go, we love you, we love you, we love you. They go, stay right here and talk to my wife. And then the guy would disappear and he would come back and hand me cash. I was like, wait, what? I'm coming to Walmart to buy some stuff. This guy's handing me a pile of cash. Pretty fun stuff. Anyway, fun times.
Alhamdulillah.
Oh, okay. So as far as whether Muslims curse Jews and Christians in their daily prayers, Muslims cite Surat Al-Fatiha. And as part of Surat Al-Fatiha, there's part of the prayer where it's, Allah, don't make us like those on whom is wrath are those who went astray. But if you go to their commentaries, we know from Muhammad, those on whom is wrath, that refers to the Jews, and those who went astray, that refers to Christians. And so there is in their prayers, God, please don't make us like these people. Please don't make us like these people. And so they diss and insult us in the prayer. If you want to say curse, then it's make us not like these people or something like that. But you can think of it as like an insult or. But I mean, it's crazy because they recite that 17 times per day. It's always, don't make us like those, not like those people. We want to live in their countries, but we don't want to be like them.
I don't want to be like them, please. Yep.
What's this? Life of Brian video review. A great idea. Saturday night at the movies. Yeah, that'd be cool. Islamic Family Feud. What's something men exaggerate? Beep. There's a Biba. Their child bride's age. Ding, 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 ding. That's funny. There's a Biba. Stefan says, what does sallallahu alaihi wasallam mean? I've seen people say it's pray on, but what does it mean? Is pray on the same as pray for, or it's salutations for? Yeah, if you see people when they translate, they say peace and blessings be upon them or something like that. But yeah, it's sallallahu. It's literally prayers of Allah. And it's similar to the Quran, where it says that Allah and his angels literally pray on or pray upon the Prophet, and therefore you pray too. And they'll translate that as Allah sends blessings, but it doesn't make sense. And again, we have what are your thoughts on this, AP?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about that aspect of it too much. I generally don't see a big problem with it.
You don't see
Where I
a
just
problem with Allah's prayers being upon someone?
no. Where I, where I just I mean, it can be interpreted as the peace and blessings.
That's the thing. It's not peace or blessings.
However, yeah, there is a little problem in the language, which I don't necessarily take to mean something extraordinary. You could, however.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah, but yeah, it's similar to the issue in the Quran. That literally it means
Literally,
it means Allah praise, and here literally, because I heard this from Arabic speaking Christians. They're like, hey, when they say peace and blessings be upon him, they're actually saying prayers of Allah be upon him. What is that? So I heard this from Arabic Christians who are bringing this up. But it's like AP was saying, how do you stop a Muslim from saying that when Allah does it, when Allah prays, what it really means is he sends blessings on someone. And therefore, when it's prayers of Allah be upon him, it's actually blessings of Allah be upon him or something like that. You kind of can't stop a Muslim from interpreting it how he wants. But it would kind of go back to the issue of, if Allah is so perfectly clear in his speech, then why does he say something that involves him praying and not, like, if he wanted to say blessing, okay, there's perfectly good barakah, the perfectly good Arabic word for saying blessings. Why does he use the word for pray? And so it's just a situation where you can't make a Muslim say, yeah, it means prayer in the sense we're talking about. They're free to interpret it however they want. It would just kind of be an issue of why is Allah saying it like that? Why is he doing that? It seems kind of sloppy.
Yep. Why would I be doing that?
This is a good one. Check this out. Excuse me, didn't I deflower you yesterday? Wouldn't that be funny conversation with your perpetual virgin? Allah restores her virginity. Didn't I deflower you yesterday?
Oh, no, I get it. Okay, yeah.
No, that's why it's actually, that's funny. That could be a skit. We can just put the Muslim sources up on the screen saying that Allah restores their virginity and stuff like that. And you have this guy, hey, bring me another one. Hey, didn't I deflower you yesterday? Hey, wait your turn. I don't want to see you in a couple of days. Tarun says, again, it's about Zionism and Hinduism, not vegans. Well, we are a little interested in Zionism.
I don't care about veganism. Okay.
Yeah, Tarun wants us to be all about veganism.
Eat meat, food. I don't care.
I'm going to check out a Tarun video one day. But Tarun, man, if I go click on one of your videos and it is some stuff about veganism, the entire YouTube community will feel my wrath.
I know for a fact that I don't care about veganism, which is why I will never watch one of your videos, Tarun.
AP,
sorry.
Get your MAGA kippa out, or you are stuttering.
I am stuttering.
You want a MAGA kippa? You want a MAGA yarmulke?
I should have one. That's funny.
Dark Angel said, it is all about child marriage in this channel, and it's Islam. What channel? What are you talking about? It is all about child marriage in this channel, and it's Islam.
That's a good point.
AP and D Wood, stop being mean about Joe Biden's age. Fellas, he's seen the pyramids get built and lived through the Industrial Revolution. Time to pack it in. Yeah, he is too old. I blame the people who put him in that position, not him. If you don't realize that you're not all there, then I blame the people who keep you in power and so on. So people who are voting to keep him in power, mainly the people who are pulling the strings and, controlling the teleprompter and stuff. It's just messed up. I don't like the idea of making fun of him because I'm going to be like that one day too. I mean, if I live long enough and I don't get killed by jihadis, I'm going to lose my fact. If we live long enough, we are going to lose our quickness and so on. We're going to get slower and slower. We can get Alzheimer's, all kinds of stuff. Well,
we're not going to live that long. We're going to get killed.
Yeah.
That's what we do. That's why we're doing this.
Yeah, the point is, I only have one guy in my family who lived to being old, and he lost it. Like for years now. He's still alive. He's still alive. My mother's father, but he's been out of it. Like would not recognize me even like 5 years ago. He wouldn't have recognized me if he'd seen me, even though I was around him a lot when I was young.
What is it? Alzheimer's? What is it?
What, Alzheimer's?
Yeah.
Well, you're you mean biologically the myelin sheath around your neurons starts wearing down and so on.
I'm wondering if he has Alzheimer's.
Oh yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, you don't have to have
yeah.
all Alzheimer's to be kind of losing your
I know,
edge over time.
I just think Alzheimer's is based. That's why.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but he is old and should not be running. We need.
Well, I think it's just when I think about Biden, he would be an interesting, weird old grandpa to sit down and have conversations with. You know, like that,
Yeah.
I could imagine that. Not as a president.
No, you should not have that kind of power. If you start losing there's a reason you tend to go with like old guys. Is okay if you're older and you've been around a long time, you've got a lot of experience, you've seen a lot of the world and so on. But there are limits to that. Once you start losing it, you should not be running things. You can't.
I think tonight, after his speech about the Middle East, there was a scene of him just slowly walking away and then turning around,
grinning.
And going,
yeah, I didn't see it, but I saw the picture. People sharing the picture of him grinning. Let's see. Follow up. My Muslim friend compared the Old Testament creation story being taken symbolically and the Quran one being taken literally and critically by me. No, that would be legitimate. He would ask you, why would you, if you are interpreting the Old Testament creation story symbolically and then demand that the Quran story be taken literally, then yeah, you would have to explain. You would have to explain your reasoning. If you wanted to say that the Old Testament creation story is symbolic and that the Quranic story must be taken literally or something like that, yeah, you could go in the kind of the direction I was mentioning, that they're different kinds of revelation. But no, keep in mind, if a Muslim wants to interpret something as symbolic or something like that, he can't. He has to show that that is acceptable by the standards laid down by Allah himself in the Quran. So it's not as easy to do with the Quran when Allah is claiming to speak perfectly clearly, and he's claiming to give you this supernatural knowledge and so on that is completely clear, and it's dictation. So it's not dependent on people's ideas at the time or anything like that. He's claiming to give you this supernatural knowledge that you had no access to. It's a different kind of thing. But with that said, you would still have to explain, this is why I'm interpreting Genesis this way, and this is why I don't think you can interpret the Quran that way. But that's on you. That's the position you're defending. That one Jewish girl, Yo AP, did you hear the IDF found Vaseline in Yahya's tunnel hideout? And it was the small container.
Haven't heard of it. I believe it though.
Hey, look, we got Smile to Jehannam here. That's funny. Have we heard that one before? Smile to Jehannam?
Nope.
That's funny.
I saw Yahya Sinwar recently. We went to a museum of prehistoric animals and things like that, and in the the pre-human section, the first findings of non-Homo sapiens by their designation, I saw Yahya Sinwar. It was very creepy.
Weird. If D Wood lies, we'll be the first to point it out. That's true. And that is the difference between us and the Dawah guys. If we were to just make some stuff up to defend our position, who would call us out? People here. We wouldn't have to wait for our Muslim critics to point out that we made something up. People would point it out. In the Dawah community, you make stuff up left and right, and your community cheers for you. And it's critics who have to point it out. And then you call the critics liars. And then you threaten the critics until eventually the critics spread the facts so far and wide that you're forced to reluctantly admit it, and then you still hate them and call them Islamophobes. It's pathetic. Welcome to Dawah.
I just came up with this beautiful line. It goes, realize, realize, realize.
I can't stand kafirs. We protect children. Just look at Aisha. She was 9 months old, and as a goat, she was fully mature. Astaghfirullah. That sounds exactly like the Muslim cowboy.
Man.
Imagine hauling your 10-foot member into the Islamic heavenly breeding grounds each and every day. What fresh hell hath Alan wrought? Yeah. I don't remember where it's from. It was some Arabs who pointed it out to me. I don't remember where it was from, but they were saying when Muhammad told Aisha that Allah would restore their virginity each day so that they can get deflowered again. And she said something about how painful that would be or something like that. But she was like, oh my goodness, which meant she had an understanding of how much pain she went through when she was a 9-year-old girl. And then this is going to be eternity for girls.
What she actually said is beast.
Yeah, she said, ooh, beast. Ah, well, at the end here, GoatHub says, Biden is like the 16-year-old dog at home. Glad to see him, sad to watch him. That's actually a good description, right? If you have a 16-year-old dog, that dog's in rough shape. You're like, wow, that dog's been through a lot. Man, I love that dog. I'm impressed that dog is still here and still going. You don't want that dog to have a ton of responsibility, let alone being the most powerful person in the world.
That dog should be president.
Yeah, let's make that. That dog's 16, make him president. It doesn't matter if AP won't be our favorite Christian. He will be Christ's favorite. Oh, here we have in Tarun here. Trust, I have not posted even one vid about vegans.
Tarun, I don't want to watch any videos about veganism.
You'll be the judge of that, whether you've posted about veganism. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going 4 hours now, counting AP's little delay there at the beginning. It does suck. I had multiple videos I wanted to go through, but I don't know. It's fun talking with people in the chat and super chat and stuff like that. We're gonna be on your channel tomorrow, right?
Yes. Inshallah.
Is it going to be based? Do you know what we're talking about, or is that yet to be determined?
It is most likely going to be based on one of two issues. We could be exploring the whole situation in Germany, or we can do something. We will probably do something about Tommy Robinson's rally tomorrow.
Oh yeah. If news, yeah, because that will already have happened by the time we get here. So we'll have footage of it, and we'll see if news. Maybe it goes off totally peacefully. Maybe there's some hotheads there. We don't know.
Yeah, not sure where you're talking about news, but yes. So tomorrow, depending on what happens, what conspires, we will keep in touch. We will look out for news, for whatever happens, whatever unfolds. We will go live. I might do a live stream that revolves around two things. One of them would be the Tommy Robinson rally, and also the terrorist attack, or the knife attack, the lunatic attack in Germany. And might have somebody else join us as well for commentary from the UK.
And we shall see. As far as my channel on Sunday, I was thinking, I know there's this discussion that, who was it? Cosmic Skeptic and Jordan Peterson?
Oh, yeah.
I was planning on watching that tonight, but I have no idea whether it's interesting stuff we want to. I would assume it is. Everyone likes Cosmic Skeptic and so on, and I would assume that he has a pretty good discussion with someone like Jordan Peterson. But anyway, if that's interesting, maybe people who've seen it and can let me know in the comment section, because we're about to close this down. Let me know in the comment section if that would be good to go through some of that.
It's fun. Both very intelligent people. From totally different backgrounds and different ages and different.
Did you watch it yet?
No, but I'm interested in.
Yeah, I'm interested in how that would go, because there are lots of discussions where you kind of like one guy's a guy you strongly disagree with and he's a jerk, and then there's this other guy that you really like and stuff. So you're kind of like, already like rooting for something, and then you got it's cool when you have a situation where hey, I kind of like both. I like both these guys, right? I don't agree with everything they say, but I like both guys and so on. So it'd be interesting to see, and they're both super smart. And so anyway, should be interesting. Couple last one here. No comment there. Tarun says, like, maybe it would be a sidetrack about certain vegans, but I have never made even one video about veganism as main topic. Always something else. Tarun, click on a video, and I see one.
I will not watch any videos about veganism, which is why I won't look at your videos. I'm sorry.
If I click on that and I see one word about vegans, the entire internet is going to feel my wrath.
I don't want to watch anything about vegans. That's it.
Final super chat here. Did you see Rafe Haidel Menku take on Muslim Dawah apologists on New Culture Forum?
Whomst?
I was not familiar with that. I did not know that channel until I just typed it in, New Culture Forum. I assume you're talking about the YouTube channel. New Culture Forum, 253,000 subscribers. 1 day ago, they debated the topic. On the thumbnail, it says, Islam can't live at peace with non-Muslims. Huh. Is that what you're talking about?
That sounds very Islamophobic, but yeah.
Well, yeah, several of the videos. Like there's a debate with about Islamophobia. Yeah, it looks like they do a lot of Islam stuff. Yeah, I have to check this out. I'm not familiar with this channel. Yeah, let's check it out. Interesting. And finally here, Tarun is spiraling. We have to see. He's saying we're not going to go there and find a bunch of stuff about veganism. We're going to have to find that out. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't like veganism.
Well, we got to roughly half the stuff I wanted to cover and didn't get to the awesome video clips I prepared. But that's what the future's for. Now I already got video clips ready for a different time. But we will catch you all tomorrow. Shall we close with a song?
No matter how fast you run, we will catch you.
And
yes,
this one.
Ain't gonna follow no child molester, sex offender, prophet pretender. Ain't gonna follow no child molester.
Islam's not for me. Islam's not for me.
Islam's not
for me.
Screaming Goats Podcast.